Chapter 275. Shong Yangfei saw Fang Yuan reject Yuanshe, so he suggested another plan. The two of you are wanted by clan, this is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant, what do you think? Shong Xinci was also aware that Fang and Bai were wanted. Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most. Shong Xinci approved of this plan. Shong clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up, they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai clan would naturally listen to Shong Yangfei's explanation. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shong clan do it, he would be putting Shong clan's label on himself. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Yi Tian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term, but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrant. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? Ironically, when he created the Bloodwing demon sect in his previous life and dominated a region, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants against him. This was the nature of this world, everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shong Clan City for 2 to 3 years, and Bai clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a set of GU worms. With his strength greatly increased, he would not be afraid of Bai clan's arrest warrants. In fact, Bai clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves, how could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shong Yangfei's thank you plan, in Shong Xinci's opinion, was the most important. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai clan originated from an inheritance. To be honest, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai clan young masters. We have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by the 100 clans. Sooner or later, I will find Bai clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fang Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. For a moment. It caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain. He, to think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool? Or is he full of courage? Someone found it interesting. Shong clan was the overlord of the righteous path. But in front of Shong Yangfei, Fang Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai clan. His arrogance shocked Shong Xinci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother He Tu's true character, isn't it? Shong Yangfei was unfazed. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was very frank and straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation. It was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent Bai Ningbing, he no doubt liked Fang Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come forward and remove our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you Lord Yangfei for your good intentions. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If Shong clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my, Shong Yangfei's, way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shong Yangfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young masters' actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 GU master, Shong clan leader Shong Yangfei. I want to thank you, even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Fang Yuan looked around and laughed. What if I really don't want it? Shong Yang Fei said indifferently, his gaze resolute, that is not up to you. The young masters saw the two arguing and cursed Fang Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shong clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shong Xin Ci's palms were sweating, worrying for Fang Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it, brother Fangjing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan Leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shong Yang Fei nodded. Fang Yuan did not speak, and Wei Yang turned into a light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported, Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fangjing, please follow us. Fang Yuan did not care much about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it will be good to check your body. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff, what injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Fang Yuan had other intentions, so she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came into the house. They were familiar with this house. Back then, they waited for Shong Yang Fei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a white dress and a white veil. She was sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shong Yang Fei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shong Clan City, as a rank 5 healing GU master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Fang Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing, especially you, little girl. What did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly, wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shong Clan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder, acting as a birthmark. She also smeared some special black oil, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was surprised. Fang Yuan also showed a surprised expression. Wei Yang quickly explained, this is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath first. Wash your body, use the essence and change into a white robe, otherwise the lady will not treat you. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything. The hot water is already prepared, it is in the inner room, please go ahead. The two entered the inner room. As expected, there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, all of you leave, I will bathe myself. This. Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Su Shou's subordinates. Dr. Su Shou loved cleanliness. If she chased away the maids, she was afraid that you would do it half-heartedly and not clean yourself, so she would not treat you. The 2 of us don't need to leave, big brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist, leaving the inner room. He closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The temperature of the tub was just right. One of the maids sprinkled the essence. The other rubbed Fang Yuan's body with practiced movements. They were clearly experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, hesitating for a while. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed, there is no need to conceal ourselves in Shong Clan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan continued, I called you here for your own good. I have heard of Dr. Su Shou's name long ago. In the southern border, she, 9-fingered wandering doctor, divine hand doctor and killer doctor are known as the 4 great doctors. You can ask her about the yin-yang rotation GU later. Yin-yang rotation GU. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted into a slit, her eyes shining with uncertainty. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart, and was the main method Fang Yuan used to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The mental blow Shang Xin-ci gave her was still lingering, causing Bai Ningbing to feel apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this fellow, was simply unfathomable. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but Xin-ci did not know her identity. Cold. But he did, her haziness, otherwise he would not have approached her. Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. Spring-autumn she could feel that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as dark as ink, but she thought of another pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss, with foresight ability staring at her. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight whisper in her heart, and can see the future. What are you going to do? I thought he was familiar with Baijiu Mountain. This is my trump card, experiences of his predecessors. But now it still want to deal with me. Also useful. Then bring it on. But I wonder what kind of foresight he has. You have no chance of winning. But no doubt. Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Even though she understood whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, all had their own killing two birds with one stone to probe. Even probing both Bai Ningbing and Shang Yang Fei. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, were very experienced. She could not help but once the water was slightly cold, they would immediately add water. If I use this method to deal with him, just two wooden tubs, will I fall into his trap? It was already very crowded. An enemy that could foresee the future that Shang Yang Fei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not just a saying. The fate of heroes was full of misfortunes and disasters. But it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shang Yang Fei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After bathing for an hour, only then did the servant girls stop. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought about it, the weaker her fighting spirit became. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought. The more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might feel that bathing was not a problem. But Fang Yuan saw from this small matter that she lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, Bai Ningbing was helping Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him, and stretched out her hand. She placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A white watery light suddenly surged, enveloping Fang Yuan's entire body. A cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The originally burnt skin was visibly recovering. It began to grow. At the same time, flesh began to grow on the right side of Fang Yuan's head. As time passed, the flesh grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also formed. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth, the numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Very quickly, he grew new and tender skin, the burnt hair and eyebrows also began to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave, and call your companion to leave as well." "Mitch, she drove away my maid, how would I know if she washed herself clean?" Her. At this moment, the door opened, and Bai Ningbing walked out. She was dressed in a white robe, and her disguise had been washed away, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was smooth like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed, and she said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful," even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. However, he also knew that this was Dr. Su Shou's temperament. She pursued beautiful things all her life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. I don't need treatment, I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation GU. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know. Dr. Su Shou said warmly, before looking coldly at Fang Yuan. As for you, why are you still here? Go go go. Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, and was chased out of the main room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. Brother Fang Zheng? Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place. Haha, to think that Brother Fang Zheng is such a talented person. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, praising him. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at most above average. But his eyes were eerie, and had a firm and unwavering temperament. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. Brother, since you call me big brother, then I have to reprimand you. Why don't you want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has Shang Clan's rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xin Ci to be stuck in the middle, do you? Fang Yuan frowned. I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment. Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. This treatment. It is not a gift. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders. It will destroy Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift. Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown deeper, he persuaded again. I don't know what to say. This is something that others yearn for. But you are pushing it away. Brother Fang Zheng, the weak can't win against the strong. If you really don't want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Xin Ci. At the same time, isn't this good? Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, millimeter. This is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for you. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for? Wei Yang blurted out, the token, of course. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yang Fei to say it, but Shang Yang Fei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now, I'll just borrow Wei Yang's mouth. Token. Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. You just came to Shang Clan City, although you know you need a token, you don't know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token. Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded, although I don't understand. But since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do. Wei Yang was immediately moved by Yu Yang's trust. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and sighed. Brother, you and I are like old friends, how can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan cupped his fists at Shang Yang Fei. I was rash. After Brother Wei Yang's advice, I realized a high-grade token is so important. I would like to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader. Shang Yang Fei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token, he had his own plans. But his plans were ruined by Wei Yang instead. This Wei Yang, with good intentions, did something bad. He did not think deeper. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2, they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan gradually. Thinking of this, Shang Yang Fei laughed brightly, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbud token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half a clan elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yangfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated that it would be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yangfei's magnanimity. Shang Yangfei took out a token, made of purple thorn wood, palm-sized. On the front was the word Shang Clan, and on the back was the panoramic view of Shangliang Mountain. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yangfei summoned another GU. "This is Shang Clan's special token GU, I need some of your blood." The GU worm was like a mosquito. It flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him, before flying back to the token. Crack! With a crisp sound, the token GU self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token, it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang Clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a GU worm was used as a token, other GU masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a GU worm. It only had the power of the token GU. As time passed, the token GU's power would decrease, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang Clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang Clan City and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control of Shang Clan's token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic GU master, they looked at him with contempt and disdain, but now, they treated him as an equal. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader or the 10 clan elders. Currently, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. "Where is your companion?" Shang Yangfei took out another token. "He is still with Dr. Su Shou, subordinate will go rush him." Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ningbing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou, to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding young GU. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 GU immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 276. Shang Yangfei saw Fang Yuan reject Yuansha, so he suggested another plan. "The two of you are wanted by clan, this is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant, what do you think?" Shang Xinci was also aware that Fang and Bai were wanted. "Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most." Shang Xinci approved of this plan. Shang Clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai Clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up, they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai Clan would naturally listen to Shang Yangfei's explanation. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang Clan do it, he would be labeling himself as a member of Shang Clan. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Yi Tian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term, but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrant. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? The ironic thing was, when he created the Bloodwing Demon sect in his previous life and became a hegemon, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants. This was the nature of this world, everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, and Bai Clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a complete set of GU worms and his strength would increase greatly, and he would not be afraid of Bai Clan's arrest warrant. In fact, Bai Clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shong Yangfei's plan was very important to Shongshin Ci. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai Clan originated from an inheritance. To speak the truth, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai Clan young masters, but we have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by Bai Clan. Sooner or later, I will find Bai Clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fang Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. All of a sudden, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain, "He, to think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool, or is he full of courage?" Someone found it interesting. Shong Clan was the overlord of the righteous path, but Fang Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai Clan in front of Shong Yangfei. His arrogance shocked Shongshin Ci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother He Tu's true character, isn't it? Shong Yangfei did not mind at all. In his eyes, Fang Yuan was very straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent Bai Ningbing, he no doubt liked Fang Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come out and get rid of our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you Lord Yangfei for your good intentions. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If my Shong clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my, Shong Yangfei's, way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shong Yangfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young master's actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 GU master, Shong clan leader Shong Yangfei. I want to thank you, even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Fang Yuan looked around, laughing loudly. What if I really don't want it? Shong Yangfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute. That is not up to you. The young masters saw the two arguing, cursing Fang Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shong clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shongshin Ci's palms were sweating, worrying for Fang Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it. Brother Fangjing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shong Yangfei nodded. Fang Yuan was silent, while Wei Yang turned into light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported, Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fangjing, please follow us. Fang Yuan had never cared about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it is good to check your body too. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff. What injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Fang Yuan had other intentions, thus she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came to the house. They were very familiar with this house. Back then, they were here, waiting for Shong Yangfei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure. Her face was covered with a white veil and she wore a white dress, sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shong Yangfei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shong Clan City, as a rank 5 healing GU master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Fang Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing. Especially you, little girl, what did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly, wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shongclan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder, as a birthmark. Special black oil was smeared on her face, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was astonished. Fang Yuan also showed an astonished expression. Wei Yang quickly explained, this is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath, wash their body clean, use essence and change into a white robe, otherwise Lady Dr. Su Shou will not treat them. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything, the hot water is already prepared, it is in the house, please go ahead. The two entered the house, and sure enough, there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, all of you leave, I will bathe myself. This. Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Su Shou's subordinates. Dr. Su Shou was very clean, if she chased away the maids, she would be afraid that they would not clean themselves, and would not treat them. We don't need to leave, big brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist, he left the house and closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The water temperature in the wooden tub was just right, the 2 maids sprinkled essence on the water, while the other rubbed Fang Yuan's body, her movements were smooth, showing that she was experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, but did not move, she hesitated. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed, there is no need to conceal ourselves in Shongclan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face. Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. Fang Yuan continued, I called you here for your own good. I have heard of this Dr. Su Shou's name long ago, in the southern border, she, 9-fingered wandering doctor, divine doctor, and killer doctor are known as the 4 great doctors. You can ask her about the yin-yang rotation GU later. Yin-yang rotation GU. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted, bright light flickering in her eyes. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart. It was Fang Yuan's main method to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The impact that Shongshin Ci had given her on her mind was still lingering, causing her to be somewhat apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this guy, was simply unfathomable. Even Shongshin Ci did not know her identity, but he did, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess spring-autumn cicada, that was a rank 6 GU, it was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer, that was a GU with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight type GU, he can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Bai GU Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this GU is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight GU he has, and what rank it is. No doubt, Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight type GU all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes, even the foresight result was chaotic and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think, would this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her limbs were cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She felt that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as black as ink, calm and unperturbed like a deep lake, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart. What are you going to do? Bai Ningbing. That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight type GU. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future, you have no chance of winning. But the truth was, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probe. Probing Bai Ningbing and Shong Yangfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. When the water turned slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big, with just 2 wooden tubs. It was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shong Yangfei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not to say that the fate of heroes was full of misfortune and calamity. Rather, it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shong Yangfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After washing for an hour, the maidservant finally stopped. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the 2 servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought, the more her fighting spirit weakened. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought, and the more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might have felt that there was nothing wrong with bathing, but Fang Yuan could see from this small matter that she had lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, it was Bai Ningbing who helped Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A pure white light suddenly surged and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. A refreshing and cool feeling spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The burnt skin started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the right side of Fang Yuan's head started to grow granules. As time passed, the granules grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also started to form. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured. The numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Soon, he grew new tender red skin, and the burnt hair and eyebrows also started to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave, and call your companion to leave as well." "Mph, she chased away my maid, how would I know if she washed herself clean?" At this moment, the door opened and Bai Ningbing walked out from the room. She was wearing a white robe and had washed off her disguise, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was like ice and bones were like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed. She said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful," even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had made a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. But he also knew that this Dr. Su Shou's personality was like this. She pursued beautiful things her whole life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I don't need treatment, I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation GU. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly, before looking coldly at Fang Yuan, "As for you, why are you still here? Go go go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose as he was chased out of the room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fang Zheng?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled brother Wei to guard this place." "Haha, To think Brother Fangjing is such a talented person. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up and praised. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at best he could be considered above average. But his eyes were eerie, with a firm and unwavering aura. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. Brother, since you call me elder brother, then elder brother has to reprimand you. Why do you not want Shang clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang clan has their own rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xin Ci to be stuck in the middle, right? Fang Yuan frowned. I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment. Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. This treatment is not enough. If Shang clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders, ruining Shang clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift. Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown even deeper, he persuaded again. I don't know what to say. What others yearn for, you push away. Brother Fangjing, the weak cannot win against the strong. If you really do not want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shongshin Ci. At the same time, isn't this good? Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, Millimeter, this is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for Brother Wei. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for? Wei Yang blurted out, the token, of course. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yangfei to say it, but Shang Yangfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now, he would use Wei Yang's mouth. Token. Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. You just came to Shang Clan City, although you know you need a token, you do not know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token. Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded, although I do not understand, but since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do. Wei Yang was immediately moved by the trust he had. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, sighing, Brother, you and I are like old friends, how can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan immediately cupped his fists at Shang Yangfei. I was rash, I heard Brother Wei Yang's words earlier, so a high-grade token is so important. I want to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader. Shang Yangfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token, he had his own plans. But he did not expect Wei Yang to ruin his plans. This Wei Yang, with good intentions, he did not think further. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2, they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan. Thinking of this, Shang Yangfei laughed heartily, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbud token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 different kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half an elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yangfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated it to be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yangfei's magnanimity. Shang Yangfei took out a token, made of purple thorn wood, palm-sized, with Shang Clan's words on the front and Shongliang Mountain's panoramic view on the back. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yangfei summoned another GU. This is Shang Clan's special token GU, I need some of your blood. The GU worm was like a mosquito, it flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him, before flying back to the token. Crack. With a crisp sound, the token GU self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token, it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a GU worm was used as a token, other GU masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a GU worm. It only contained the token goose power. As time passed, the token goose power would diminish, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang clan city and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control Shang clan had over the token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic GU master, they looked down on him, but now, they treated him as equals. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader or the 10 clan elders. Right now, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yangfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Su Shou, subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ningbing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou, to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding young GU. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 GU immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 277. Bai Ningbing's appearance caused Fang Yuan's attention to plummet. The difference between before and after was too great, people could not help but notice. Even though Fang Yuan's looks were ordinary, Wei Yang praised him when he first appeared. Moreover, Bai Ningbing's looks were already peerless. Next, Bai Ningbing also obtained a redbud token. In the family banquet, everyone toasted each other. On the surface, it looked like a harmonious atmosphere, but behind the scenes, there was a turbulent undercurrent. In the large clans, the young masters would fight openly and covertly. Because the large clans had resources, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the normal clans, like the Guyue clan and the Bai clan, they would focus on nurturing one person. It was not because of their reproductive problems, but because they wanted to avoid internal conflicts that would lead to the clan's decline. Fang Yuan displayed his passionate and straightforward side. These young masters were all local tyrants, and making friends with them would be very beneficial for his next 2 to 3 years in Shongliang Mountain. He spoke frankly about his past, that he was once the young clan leader of the Guyue clan. And Bai Ningbing's status was similar. In a short while, he closed the distance between him and the young masters. During the banquet, people naturally asked about the reason why Qingmao Mountain became an absolute ice region, but Fang Yuan did not explain. He only said that the past was unbearable, and his expression was painful. Now that he had the redbud token, no one dared to force him. Some young masters took the initiative to toast Bai Ningbing, but the latter ignored them and continued to do as she pleased. If it was before, the young masters would definitely be furious, but now that Bai Ningbing had revealed her true appearance, many could not get angry. They only felt that this girl was as beautiful as a fairy, like an ice fairy. Her personality matched her temperament, it was a perfect match. The family banquet lasted for another hour before it ended. Can I still call you Brother He Tu? When they parted, Shongxin Ci's beautiful eyes shone as she stared at Fang Yuan. Call me whatever you want. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Shongxin Ci blinked and said softly, Brother He Tu's injuries have healed, it is worth being happy about, but I still feel that there is some distance. Brother He Tu now has the redbud token, you can enter and leave the second inner city freely. Is Brother He Tu staying at Nanqiu Garden? Shongxin Ci spoke in detail. She felt that Fang Yuan was very close to her. He had a lot to say. In this unfamiliar environment, People would subconsciously seek a sense of security from familiar people. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking and took the initiative to say, I live in Nanqiu Garden. If you have time, you can come over to visit. Shongclan City is very big, we can walk around together. Shongxin Xi's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Xiao Dai was also at the side, shouting happily, I've been cooped up at home these past few days, I'm about to die of boredom. Now that Fang Yuan had returned to his original appearance, Little Butterfly didn't find it scary anymore. Then, Shong Yangfei left with Shongxin Xi. The young masters were no longer restrained, and they could see some of their true colors. Many people extended invitations to Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan did not decline, only saying that he would definitely visit when he had time. These were just pleasantries. After the event was over, the two returned to Nanqiu Garden. Are you happy now? Bai Ningbing took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan and sneered. Happy about what? Temph, you already know the answer, do you really want me to say it? Being in Shongclan City, some things were not convenient to say, it would not benefit anyone. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything. Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. I have to admit, I underestimated you. You are truly amazing, even though I want to cut you into pieces, I admire your methods. She paused for a moment before continuing. A straightforward person does not beat around the bush, how can you give me the Yang Jiyu? Hee hee. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. Bai Ningbing taking the initiative to approach him meant that she was flustered. Shongxin Xi's matter had a huge impact on him. This was no doubt an opportunity. Since she wanted to lay her cards on the table, then let's do it. Thus, Fang Yuan said, you and I are both smart people, if we were in each other's shoes, what would you do? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes, her gaze was as sharp as a blade. I'm warning you, don't go too far. At most, we will fight to the death, let's see who can gain the upper hand. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You're right, I've been thinking about it these days, we both have our weaknesses. In this situation, why should we fight each other and let the fishermen reap the benefits? Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan continued, how about this, protect me to rank 5 peak stage, then I will return the Yang Jiyu to you. Fart. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, then she sneered, you think I am an idiot like Shong Yaz? Rank 5 peak stage, to think you dare to say that. They agreed on rank 3 earlier, but Fang Yuan really went back on his word. Although Bai Ningbing was mentally prepared, but seeing Fang Yuan's shameless smile, she was filled with anger. Bai Ningbing, don't be so ungrateful, I saved your life. If not for my Yin Jiyu, your soul would have returned to Qing Maro Mountain long ago. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. Bai Ningbing did not back down, immediately retorting, Temph, if not for me blocking Generation Guyue, you would have died before me. If not for me at Bai Jiyu Mountain, that time you fell into the swamp, wasn't I the one who saved your life? The two of them argued back and forth in the room for 5 or 6 sentences. Suddenly, they stopped talking at the same time. The enmity between the two of them had long since become a messy account. But one thing was for sure, the two of them were able to reach this point because they borrowed each other's strength. If not for them helping each other, they would not have lived until today. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. What's your plan now? After a while, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. Stay in Shongclan City for 2 to 3 years, we have the token and Yuan stone now, it is enough to make a set of Jiyu worms. You fought with that Wei Yang, a Jiyu master needs to have a complete set of Jiyu worms to have power. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted, at most rank 4 peak stage. Also, I contributed a lot to Bai Jiyu Mountain, you have to give me half of your Yuan stone. Fang Yuan nodded, alright, let's make a promise by clapping hands. Bai Ningbing stared at him, furiously saying, do you think I am an idiot, making a promise by clapping hands? Use the poison vow Jiyu, do you understand? Fang Yuan continued to nod, no problem, let's use the poison vow Jiyu. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Fang Yuan agreed so readily, giving her a feeling of being schemed against. It was as if she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. But what? Bai Ningbing immediately became extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan continued, from now on, if we have any gains, we have to split them 30-70. You take 30 and I will take 70, if there are any GU worms, I will have the priority to choose, and I will compensate you with Yuan stone. You have to agree to this condition, it is already my bottom line. Bai Ningbing secretly heaved a sigh of relief, this was more like it. If Fang Yuan did not have any conditions, it would be too abnormal. She had been with Fang Yuan for so long, and had never seen him suffer a loss before. This person was too sinister and cunning, especially after today's matter. Bai Ningbing's fear towards Fang Yuan had increased to an unprecedented level. 370, it was really too much. Especially when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was much higher than Fang Yuan's. But if Fang Yuan did not make any excessive demands, Bai Ningbing would instead feel uneasy, thinking that this guy was up to no good again. After Fang Yuan mentioned it, Bai Ningbing instead felt more at ease. 370, let's do it. Bai Ningbing agreed. She did not care about the distribution of gains. Her biggest target was the young GU. After getting the information from Dr. Su Shou, her last trace of hope was shattered. The two spent the entire night discussing the details. Bai Ningbing looked at the agreement more than 10 times, and after confirming that Fang Yuan had no loopholes, she stopped. Thus, the next day, the first thing they did was to buy the poison Vow GU. The poison Vow GU was a rank 3 GU, and because it had many uses, almost every shop in third inner city sold it. The original price was 4,500 yuan stone, and at the same time, it required at least a yellow pear token. But after Fang Yuan showed the purple thorn token, the shopkeeper immediately shaved off the selling price by 1,500, and Fang Yuan paid 3,000 yuan stone, obtaining the poison Vow GU. The 9 tokens corresponded to different GU, and each had a corresponding discount. I will refine it this time. Bai Ningbing directly took the poison Vow GU. She was very careful, she wanted to refine the poison Vow GU personally, and was afraid that Fang Yuan would do something to it. This poison Vow GU was originally refined by someone, and with the cooperation of the shop, Bai Ningbing spent 15 minutes to refine this GU for her own use. Does your shop sell Primeval Elder GU? Bai Ningbing asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper shook his head, and respectfully told Bai Ningbing that the Primeval Elder GU was a rare rank 3 GU, and was usually only sold in auctions. But Fang and Bai had the purple thorn token. As long as it was not a large-scale auction, they could buy pre-auction items in advance. Wei Yang had already brought Fang and Bai to the auction area in third inner city. They easily went to the auction area, and in a small auction house, they spent 6,700 yuan stone and bought the Primeval Elder GU. We spent close to 10,000 yuan stone in the blink of an eye, we will split the cost of the poison Vow GU. This Primeval Elder GU's cost will also be deducted from your share. Fang Yuan reminded. I will not haggle with you over such minor details. Bai Ningbing waved her hand, not caring much. She was used to spending lavishly, and did not care about money. She even looked down on Fang Yuan's haggling over the smallest details. To prevent any accidents from happening, the two returned to Nanqiu Garden, and used the poison Vow GU. Like this, a new alliance agreement was established. According to the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan took out half of the 900,000 yuan stone and put it into Bai Ningbing's Primeval Elder GU. Fang Yuan lost half of his wealth, but gained an ally like Bai Ningbing. It was a good deal. And Bai Ningbing also saw hope of obtaining the young GU. Both sides were wary of each other, and had their own plans. It was not easy to have such a happy ending. Now, can you help me advance to rank 3? Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. Bai Ningbing laughed proudly. Seeing Fang Yuan's ugly expression, she could not help but feel happy. These days, she did not provide any help to Fang Yuan's cultivation. But now that the alliance agreement was established, it was a different situation. Chapter 278. Swish swish swish, in the aperture, tides rose and fell. Waves of primeval essence gushed towards the aperture walls. The waves were like snow, shining with silver light. It was the snow-silver primeval essence. In the room, Bai Ningbing's palms pressed against Fang Yuan's back, using the bone-flesh unity GU to instill primeval essence into him. Once the primeval essence was converted by the bone-flesh unity GU, it would become Fang Yuan's, and could only be used by him. Fang Yuan mobilized the endless snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. He was now rank 2 peak stage, his primeval essence was dark red, and the aperture walls were crystal clear. Back then, on Qingmaro Mountain, he had to use the Yuan stone to break through to rank 2 with rank 1 peak stage C-grade aptitude, and spent 3 to 4 days before he barely completed it. The process was extremely difficult. When he tried to break through to rank 3 with rank 2 peak stage, his aptitude was limited, and he had to use the Man-Beast Life Burial GU. But now, it was different. Not only had his aptitude increased to a grade 90%, he no longer needed the Man-Beast Life Burial GU, and even had Bai Ningbing to help him. Life's encounters were truly miraculous. Even Fang Yuan would not have expected this at that time. The thick and solid crystal wall's surface, under the impact of the snow-silver primeval essence, quickly showed cracks. The cracks could be seen expanding and spreading at a visible speed. After a while, the entire crystal wall was full of cracks. Crack crack, the crystal wall completely shattered, and countless crystal fragments fell into the primeval sea, creating many waves. Next, these fragments turned into countless white specks of light, gradually dissipating in the primeval sea. A brand new layer of white light completely replaced the crystal membrane. At the same time, a trace of light silver primeval essence appeared in the depths of the sea. Light silver primeval essence was the characteristic of rank 3 initial stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan had officially broken through rank 2 peak stage, advancing to rank 3. Not mentioning rank 6 GU immortals, rank 3 GU masters were already the core strength, and whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, they had the ability to establish themselves. It has only been a year since I left Qingmaro Mountain, and I have already recultivated to rank 3 realm. This kind of cultivation speed is already more than 3 times that of Qingmaro Mountain. Moreover, his aptitude is a grade, and his future is bright. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, his heart filled with joy. Calculating the time, it was only 6 hours. That was fast. If he relied on his own strength, he could also break through to rank 3, but it would take at least a day and a night. The effect of the snow-silver true essence was indeed outstanding. At this moment, he carefully inspected the aperture. The pale white bone spear GU and spiral bone spear GU had already been sold. More than half of his dark red peak second revolution primeval essence was still preserved. Bai Ningbing's injection did not stop. A stream of snow-silver quintessential essence descended from the sky like a waterfall into the sea of quintessential essence. It surged for a moment before sinking into the depths of the sea. The higher the realm, the better the quality of the true essence. The scarlet iron true essence and light silver true essence could only be pushed up by the snow silver true essence. At the bottom of the true essence sea, a blue and white flower bud swayed along with the current. It was the rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, able to supply Fang Yuan with around 50 yuan stones a day. Beside the pure treasure lotus was the blood skull GU, emitting an evil aura. On the blood-red skull, there seemed to be purple flames flickering in the 2 deep eye sockets that looked like eye sockets. Not far from the blood skull GU, there was a crystal ball, motionless. In the crystal ball, the clouds faded, forming an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, looking like an immortal. The old man was holding a walking stick, he had a long beard and a plain expression. It was the Primeval Elder GU. Old Man Yun was originally smiling, but after Fang Yuan took half of the Yuan stone, his expression turned dull. There was also a jade pendant-like beetle fossil. It was translucent and green in color, emitting a refreshing aura. It was the rank 2 clearing heat GU, specially used to decipher heat. On the undulating sea surface, the 4 flavors liquor worm was rolling on the surface, playing with the waves. Its chubby body was flashing red, blue, green and yellow, representing the four tastes of spicy, bitter, sour, and sweet. In the sky above the true essence sea, the sky canopy Gu and young Gu were circling around the snow-silver waterfall, playing and flying. The sky canopy Gu was like a giant ladybug, its semicircular milky white shell was dotted with black spots. The young Gu was emitting a warm white light. The most important vital Gu was still in hibernation, continuously absorbing the water in the river of time, recovering its life force. Other than these Gu in the aperture, there was also the bone-flesh unity Gu, forming a bracelet imprint, worn on Fang Yuan's wrist. In his palm, there was the blood moon Gu. On his tongue, there was the two-seater flower imprint. In his left ear, there was the breath concealment Gu. On his feet, there was the jumping grass Gu. The fleshbone Gu was obtained by Ning Bing, it was returned to her. Originally, there was a plunder Gu that looked like an iron pincer black beetle. Fang Yuan had used it to snatch the Gu worms in by Ning Bing's aperture, but it had starved to death due to lack of food during the journey. These were all the Gu worms that Fang Yuan had now. I need to keep the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but I do not have the recipe to continue refining it. I can use it now, but when I reach rank 4, its use will become lesser. Blood skull Gu is almost useless to me, it is too troublesome to nurture a bloodline, it is time-consuming and energy-consuming. Back then, Guo's generation was also forced to do so. This can be changed, it is one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea ancestor after all. Maybe I can exchange it for a good Gu from the treasure realm. But the treasure realm is the foundation of Shong clan, even if I have the purple thorn token. I need to think about it further. Spring-autumn cicada, Primeval elder Gu, and bone-flesh unity Gu need not be said. Although the blood moon Gu is easy to raise, it lacks attack power and cannot be used as a set. It is best to exchange the two-seater flower, there are better choices in the auction house. The breath concealment Gu has to be exposed, but the jumping grass must be removed. It is meant to be used in emergencies. Other than these, I need to buy large numbers of strength Gu to replenish my scouting and movement skills. At the same time, now that I have stabilized and gained Shong clan's trust, I can try to contact the gambling den. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. The Gu on him were pieced together, they were not a complete set. And they were lacking, it would severely affect his battle strength. Now that he was in Shong clan city, it was a rare chance to develop steadily. He had to use this chance and make the best use of his time. Within 2 to 3 years, he had to form a complete set of Gu worms, solidify his battle strength, and raise his cultivation as much as possible. After this time, it would be the Three Kings' inheritance, followed by the righteous demonic battle of Yi Tian Mountain, which would affect the whole of southern border. It was a time when the wind and clouds gathered, when heroes ruled the world. Without the corresponding strength, one could only become a sacrifice. If he had the qualifications to participate, with the advantage of Fang Yuan's rebirth, he would definitely gain huge benefits. Subordinate Wei Yang greets Lord Clan Leader. In the study room, Wei Yang knelt on the ground. Shong Yang Fei stopped writing, raising his head. Wei Yang, sit, there are only the two of us here, no need to be so restrained. Thank you Clan Leader for the seat. Wei Yang stood up and sat at the side. Shong Yang Fei laughed, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. You are still so serious. When we first met, you had yet to dominate the battle stage, and I was only a Shong clan young master. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. It's all thanks to you that I was able to ascend to the position of clan leader. Subordinate does not deserve such praise. Wei Yang quickly stood up, cupping his fists. Subordinate is slow-witted, I only know how to put my life on the line. Lord clan leader is wise and mighty, Wei Yang is merely the icing on the cake. He, although I am wise and mighty, I am still alone. Only by gathering all of your strength can I gain momentum and gain power. 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, even a strong man needs help from 3. Am I right? Shong Yang Fei looked at Wei Yang with deep meaning. Wei Yang immediately sensed Shong Yang Fei's meaning, but he did not understand, cupping his fists. Subordinate is ashamed. Shong Yang Fei suddenly changed the topic. I had thought that Bai Ningbing was a woman disguised as a man. After all, many clans value men over women. But today, I heard from Dr. Su Shou that Bai Ningbing had asked her about the yin-yang rotation GU. It seems there is more to this. However, whether she was a man or a woman was a minor detail that was no longer important. What is important is whether she and that Fangjing can work for our Shong clan. Wei Yang was enlightened. This subordinate understands. Millimeter, good, you may leave. Shong Yang Fei waved his hand. Subordinate takes his leave. Seeing the study room's door open and close, Shong Yang Fei leaned on his chair, closing his eyes. Fang and Bai could snatch the inheritance from Bai clan, and also protect Shong Xin Ci all the way. It showed that they were brave and resourceful. Their aptitude was also very good, according to the information, they were rank 3. They were not even 20 years old, they had great aptitude. Most importantly, they knew how to repay kindness. This was a sign of good character, making others feel at ease. Furthermore, they were not born as peasants, they were the young tribe leaders of the 2 clans, they had deep righteous path imprints. Shong Yang Fei had been in charge of Shong clan for so many years, he had seen countless young talents, but there were very few who could move him like Fang and Bai. But Shong Yang Fei did not want to recruit Fang and Bai for himself, but for Shong Xin Ci. He opened his eyes, and suddenly turned into a flash of fire, disappearing from the study room. When he reappeared, he was already in a huge corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were tall stone pillars. The ground was paved with silver-colored stone bricks. Shong Yang Fei stood beside the stone pillar, like an ant beside a chopstick. He slowly walked forward. There was no one in the spacious hallway, only his footsteps echoed. A moment later, he reached the end of the corridor. A vermilion red door appeared in front of him. The door was as tall as the corridor's pillar, and was about 30 meters wide. There was no handle on the door, but a huge human face was carved on it. The human face was protruding outwards, eyes closed in slumber. Using the yang carving technique, it was very lifelike. Shong Yang Fei came to the door. Looking at the vermilion door, he said unhappily, "Living treasure door, stop pretending to be asleep, is there any meaning? You have already played this trick too many times." The huge human face on the door suddenly opened its eyes, staring at Shong Yang Fei, grumbling, "Ayaya, little Fei Fei, you have grown up, you are becoming less cute." As it said this, it opened its mouth, breathing out a gust of wind, causing Shong Yang Fei's red hair to flutter. His voice was like the roar of thunder, and the entire corridor echoed with a buzzing sound. Chapter 279. Exchange Treasures. The huge face on the giant door winked at the tiny Shong Yang Fei in front of it and said, "Little Fei Fei, you're not trying to take advantage of me again, are you? Although we are old acquaintances, as the door of the treasure realm, I will not help you steal what you are guarding. Although we have a very deep friendship. How many times have I said it? Can you change the way you address me?" Shong Yang Fei's forehead started to turn black. "Then what should I call you? Little Yang Yang, Little Yang Fei, Little Yang Zi?" Shong Yang Fei quickly waved his hand and said helplessly, "Never mind, you can call me whatever you want. Let's get back to business, I am really here to exchange treasures." "Oh." The huge face dragged his tone, appearing to be disinterested, getting back to business so quickly. "It is so hard to find you to talk to, I am bored to death." Shong Yang Fei sighed, "I am very busy, living treasure door. You know, I am already the Shong clan leader, I am no longer the same as before. Sigh, never mind, every Shong clan leader is like this. I thought little Fei Fei would be different from them. Actually, I do not have any requests, I just want to find someone to chat with. The night is long, the loneliness is unbearable. Living Treasure Door sighed faintly. You are a door, and you say you are unbearable. Can't you just sleep? Shong Yang Fei's forehead was filled with black lines. Sleep? But I can't sleep alone. You do not know how hard it is to live alone. Living Treasure Door started to complain. I am not here to listen to your complaints. Get back to business, get back to business. Shong Yang Fei coughed. Oh, then get back to business. Living Treasure Door's expression turned solemn. You can exchange treasures. But I have a condition. It dragged its tone. Shong Yang Fei immediately had a bad premonition. He frowned. What condition? Don't tell me it is. Ah, looking at your expression, little Fei Fei, you've already guessed it. That's right, that's right. I want you to pick my nose, pick my nose. Living Treasure Door shouted excitedly. Pick my nose, nose, shit. The deafening sound reverberated in the corridor. The veins on Shong Yang Fei's forehead bulged. Bastard, you're playing this game again? My nose is really itchy. It's so itchy that I can't even breathe smoothly. I don't have hands, so I can't pick my nose freely like you humans. I'm so pitiful. Ah. Little Fei Fei, my good friend, please do me a favor and help me clean my nose. In return, I will give you my precious booger. The Living Treasure Door sang in a poetic tone. Hey, stop before you go too far. Shong Yang Fei clenched his fists and roared at the end of his patience. The Living Treasure Door snorted lightly, with a look of what can you do to me. Then, it began to recite, pick your nose, pick your nose, pick your nose. If I don't pick my nose, I won't trade for treasures. I picked my nose, good baby. His voice shook the air and rumbled in the solemn corridor. Shong Yang Fei lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. The sound of him picking his nose continued to echo in his ears. All right, stop reciting, I'll help you, all right? Shong Yang Fei roared, feeling helpless. Even if he was a Grand Rank 5 GU Master, the leader of Shong Clan, he could do nothing against the Living Treasure Door. After all, the treasure realm was left behind by Shong Clan's predecessors. This was the work of a rank 5 and above GU immortal. Oh yeah. The Living Treasure Door let out a cheer of victory, before shouting impatiently, Come, I can't wait anymore. Shong Yang Fei's expression was stiff, his eyes twitching, but he still stretched out his right hand. On his right palm, there was a small palm print, bright red and glistening. At this moment, he activated his Primeval essence, and the blood print flew out, turning into a huge bright red palm. Rank 5, Blood Handprint GU. Anything that was hit by this GU, be it birds, beasts, insects, or fish, as long as there was blood in them, they would turn into a pool of blood. It was extremely powerful. Shong Yang Fei used this to move unhindered in the southern border, establishing his reputation. But now, he used the blood handprint to satisfy the Living Treasure Door's eccentricity, picking his nose. The huge bright red palm formed a fist, and with a straight index finger, the fingertip went into the Living Treasure Door's nostril. The Living Treasure Door groaned in comfort. Good, like this. Oh, so refreshing. Go deeper, right, go deeper. Use more strength, it's more flavorful. Ah, so refreshing. Little Fei Fei, your technique is really amazing. TCH. The Living Treasure Door opened its mouth and sneezed. Countless red, yellow, blue, and green boogers were sprayed out. Looking carefully, the red one was Hurricane Wind Pepper, a divine fusion refinement support material that was already extinct in the southern border. The yellow one was Sorrow Soil. It was extremely rare and was one of the materials used to refine rank 6 GU. The blue one was Ice Heart. Only in the heart of an iceberg that was thousands of years old would one be born. The green one was Grass Skirt GU, a rank 5 GU that had no defensive power, but after the GU Master used it, they could wear a layer of grass skirt. It could directly absorb the free Primeval energy in the air and quickly replenish the Primeval essence in the aperture. Alright, my breathing is smooth again, these boogers are all yours. I don't want to eat any more, it's too disgusting. After the Living Treasure Door sneezed, he sniffled, feeling extremely refreshed. Shongyang Fei kept all these things into his bag, and sighed helplessly. Can we talk about proper business now? Of course, of course. What treasure does little Fei Fei want to exchange for? The living treasure door's mood became much better. I remember there is a rank 5 man triumphing heaven GU in the treasure realm. I want to exchange for it. Shongyang Fei answered. The living treasure door's face showed a strange expression. Man triumphing heaven GU, this GU has the power to defy heaven and change fate. It is specially used for mortals who do not have cultivation talent to forcefully awaken their apertures. This GU is very expensive, little Fei Fei. Although we have a deep friendship and you have dug my nose many times, I cannot defy the rules of the treasure realm. If you want to exchange for this GU, you need to take out a more valuable GU and send it to the treasure realm. Can you not mention the matter of digging your nose? The veins on Shongyang Fei's forehead were bulging. He took out a GU from his aperture. This GU was like a baby's palm, soft and chubby, like a translucent agate crystal. There were thousands of red bloodlines on the palm, causing the palm to emit a ghostly aura. The living treasure door saw this GU and immediately exclaimed in shock, you want to give up blood handprint GU? Little Fei Fei, I remember this is one of your most useful GU worms. Didn't you want to collect the Blood Sea true inheritance? Have you given up on the dream of your youth? Shongyang Fei sighed helplessly. There are countless Blood Sea inheritances, the true inheritances are hidden among them, it is too difficult to find them. Even though I have been using Shong clan's resources to investigate, all these years, I have only found 2 true inheritances. I want to exchange for the man triumphing heaven GU, I cannot give up on the more valuable GU worms I have, I can only temporarily give up blood handprint GU. When there is a chance, I will exchange it back. Shongyang Fei's GU worms mostly came from the Blood Sea inheritance, causing him to be proficient in the path of bloodlines. Thus, when Shongshin Ci entered Shongclan City, she was immediately sensed by him. Alright, since you have made your decision. Living treasure door said as he opened his mouth and swallowed the blood handprint GU. Gulp. With a loud sound, it swallowed the blood handprint GU into the treasure realm. Next, with a retching sound, it opened its mouth and spat out a GU. This GU was like a 1,000-year-old ginseng, with countless roots. The old ginseng was yellow in color, its radiance was restrained, the top part was round, but the bottom part was split, like a pair of human legs. It was the man triumphing heaven GU. Quickly refine it, once we leave the treasure realm, in 3 breaths of time, this GU will regain its wild nature. If you refine it, it will be difficult. Living treasure door urged. Shongyang Fei nodded, activating a luxurious purple crystal primeval essence and refining the man triumphing heaven GU. He, with this GU, Ci will be enlightened. I will also use some aptitude-raising GU to help her cultivate. In the future, I will recruit Fang and Bai and use them as her wings. I will make you happy, and in this world, strength is the prerequisite for happiness. Shongyang Fei kept the man triumphing heaven GU in his aperture, his emotions fluctuating. I am leaving, living treasure door. He said to the huge door. Hey, you are leaving so soon? Accompany me for a chat, it is too boring to stay here alone. Living treasure door said anxiously. But with a flash of blood flame, Shongyang Fei disappeared. This rascal. He left me alone again, so pitiful, so stuffy, so boring. Living treasure door's grumbling voice resounded in the corridor. At the banquet, good wine and delicacies were being served, the atmosphere was very lively. Brother Wei, brother Xiao Yang, come, let's drink another cup. Fang Yuan stood up and raised his cup, while Bai Ning Bing expressionlessly picked up some food. Wei Yang and Xiao Yang raised their cups at the same time, the 3 cups collided fiercely, the wine splattering on the table and the food. Back in the battle zone, Fang Yuan had said he would treat them to a meal, but Xiao Yang did it first. This time, he fulfilled his promise and invited them to a banquet in a large restaurant. To think that brother Fangjing actually saved Shongclan's daughter. Good things come to good people. Purple Thorn Token, TSK, I am really envious. Xiao Yang was a cheerful and honest person, he did not hide his envy towards Fang Yuan. He had lived in Shongclan City for many years. He knew the value of the purple thorn token. Wei Yang put down his cup. I wonder what you two plan to do next. Fang Yuan answered, we are going to stay in Shongclan City for a while. We will exchange our useless GU worms and buy some more to make a set. Good idea. Very correct. Even if you did not do this, I would have reminded you. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, feeling happy. Fang and by staying meant there would be more opportunities to recruit them. Chapter 280. Nurture, use, refinement. These were the three main aspects of a GU master's cultivation. No matter which aspect, they were deep and profound. The knowledge was as vast as the sea. Normal people could spend their entire lives and still not understand them. Brother Wei, please give me some pointers. At the banquet, Fang Yuan cupped his fists. We hit it off right from the start. We are family, no need to be polite. Wei Yang cleared his throat, speaking, from the big picture, GU masters are split into 9 ranks. Rank 1 to 5 become mortals, rank 6 to 9 become immortals. Among millions of GU masters, there might be one who becomes an immortal. Becoming an immortal is too far-fetched. Even publicly recognized geniuses might not succeed. Let's not talk about immortals, let's talk about mortals. Among the 5 ranks in the mortal realm, rank 1 and 2 are just the beginning, while rank 4 and 5 are high-end battle strength. Rank 3 in the middle is the link between the two. The two of you have cultivated to this stage, you have already reached a higher level. Rank 3 is especially important. During this period, you will have a solid foundation and choose the right direction to develop. You will have great achievements in the future. When a GU master reaches rank 3, their individual strength cannot be ignored. In many villages, rank 3 GU masters are clan elders. During this period, the GU master first needs to determine their own direction of development, then create a set of GU worms. To become a logistics GU master, the GU worms have to be storage-type GU worms. To become an investigative GU master, the GU worms have to be investigative. To have success in fusion, the GU master can choose to deduce GU worms in this aspect, and create new recipes. If one likes scheming, they can collect Lightning Thoughts GU, Immortal Guidance GU, and others. Wei Yang continued to introduce. The so-called direction was attack, defense, healing, storage, movement, investigation, these 6 main aspects. Healing GU masters were doctors, they had high status. Storage GU masters were logistics GU masters, every force could not lack them. Wei Yang was a movement GU master, his core GU worm was Rainbow Light GU. Of course, other than these 6 main aspects, there were other small branches. For example, GU masters specialized in refinement, they had GU worms to speed up the refinement, or to weaken the GU worm's will. For example, insect-catching GU masters, they specialized in finding and capturing wild GU worms. All in all, at rank 3, GU masters would start to have complicated and detailed job classifications. GU masters would become more specialized in a certain domain. At this point, Wei Yang paused and looked at Fang and Bai, asking, I wonder if the two of you have decided on the direction of your development. Attack. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing said in unison without any hesitation. Both of them advocated attacking. Aggression was second nature to them, and they were both arrogant and unruly. Wei Yang nodded. He was not surprised. He had read many people and could guess Fang and Bai's choice. He continued, next, we need to choose GU worms and combine them into a set of interconnected systems. A set of GU worms had many benefits. First of all, in terms of feeding, similar GU worms were fed with similar food, which was convenient to collect, store, and trade. Secondly, in terms of usage, the GU worms could coordinate and complement each other. For example, Wei Yang's Rainbow Light GU expended a lot of Prime Val essence. Wei Yang used Light Source GU to reduce this expenditure. Finally, in terms of refinement, put similar GU worms together and refine them to a higher rank. Not only could it save money, but it also had a higher success rate than the fusion of GU worms. Since you have chosen the offensive aspect, then there is no doubt that the offensive type GU will be the core. All the other GU worms will have to serve this core. Take Little Xiao for example, He chose the pellet fire GU as his main attacking method. Thus, I suggest he split one GU into two to increase the number of pellet fires. He also chose the enormous GU to increase the size of the pellet fire and increase its power. He also chose the fire source GU to reduce the primeval essence expenditure. He also used the fire travel GU as his movement type GU. Wei Yang patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. Xiao Yang pretended to have a bitter expression. Brother Wei, you have exposed all my secrets. Wei Yang did not mind. Haha, your secrets have already been exposed by others. Right now, who in the battle stage doesn't know what GU worms you have? Soon after, Wei Yang turned to Fang and Bai and said, even if all your GU worms are exposed, it is not a problem. As long as you combine them well, you can deal with any situation. The core GU worm is the foundation of the entire set. Have the two of you thought about what offensive GU to use as the core? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. Before this, I have already used many GU worms to increase my strength. Strength is my advantage. I want to continue down this path and use my great strength to suppress my opponents. Bai Ningbing directly said the name of a GU, Frost Demon GU. Speaking of which, Bai Ningbing originally had a rank 3 Frost Demon GU. Frost Demon GU could allow a GU master to turn into a Frost Demon, and Bai Ningbing was very good at using it. Unfortunately, during the battle with Guo Qingshu, the Frost Demon GU was destroyed. This caused Bai Ningbing to be obsessed with the Frost Demon GU. Wei Yang heard this and frowned. You want to walk the Strength Path and Ice Path. Ice Path has the advantage in defense. Frost Demon GU, Snow Woman GU and Ice Crystal GU are the three most popular transformation type GU. Frost Demon GU and Snow Woman GU are suitable for females, while Ice Crystal GU is more suitable for males. As for Fangjing, you want to walk the Strength Path. Wei Yang shook his head. I am not trying to discourage you, but this idea is not reliable. Strength Path is the most common choice. Why? Because it is cheap and good. Strength Path related GU are mostly cheap. But Strength Path is also the hardest to stand out, and can easily become mediocre. I will tell you the truth, I have walked the Strength Path before, but to purify the increased strength in my body, I had to spend a lot of Yuan Stone. Most demonic GU masters lack capital, and use Strength Path as a springboard. But Brother Fangjing, you have the Purple Thorn token and hundreds of thousands of Yuan Stone, you don't need to take this detour. Strength Path is really hard to stand out. Hearing Wei Yang's words, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and nodded. Wei Yang smiled in relief, it was not a waste of his words. Xiao Yang also smiled, listening to Brother Wei's words, I also gained a lot. Brother Wei is right, but I still want to walk the Strength Path. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Yes, I have decided to give up on the Frost Demon GU, and choose Ice Crystal GU. At the side, Bai Ningbing also made up her mind. Hey! Wei Yang's smile froze on his face. Hey, did you guys listen to Brother Wei's words earlier? Xiao Yang shouted. Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a smile, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. Because Ice Crystal GU is suitable for men, I chose it. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Thank you Brother Wei for your suggestion, but I like Strength Path. Others can't stand out if they choose it, But if I stand out, wouldn't that show off my strength? Ha ha ha, only with difficulty can there be a challenge, only with a challenge can there be a sense of accomplishment. I was hesitant, but after hearing Brother Wei's words, great, this is it. Choosing strength path was Fang Yuan's plan. It was related to the Three Kings' inheritance in a few years. This could not be told to outsiders. You too. Xiao Yang was stunned, not knowing what to say. You two need to reconsider, this is not a joke. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, his tone anxious. He had never expected his words to have the opposite effect. Brother Wei, no need to persuade me. Roads are made by humans, I have made up my mind. Ha ha ha, let's continue drinking. Fang Yuan spoke in time, his attitude firm, causing Wei Yang's words to be stuck in his stomach. Sigh. Wei Yang helplessly raised his wine cup, but he made up his mind to persuade the two. Especially this Fang Yuan, he was simply messing around. Treating his future as a joke, he should not have done that. If this goes on, he would be wasting his talent. Wei Yang could not watch it anymore. He needed to correct his thinking. This was the future star that Lord Tribe Leader wanted to recruit. After the banquet ended, after sending off the nagging Wei Yang and Xiao Yang, Fang and Bai returned to the shop. After showing the purple thorn token, Bai Ningbing spent 28,000 yuan stone to buy the rank 3 ice crystal GU. Fang Yuan chose a rank 2 brown bear innate strength GU, spending 4,100 yuan stone. You really intend to make ice crystal GU your vital GU? After leaving the shop, Fang Yuan asked with a frown. Bai Ningbing knew what he was asking. She was already rank 3 peak stage, one more step and she would be rank 4 realm. She could buy rank 4 GU worms in advance. But Bai Ningbing shook her head, her expression solemn. I do not intend to advance to rank 4. Yesterday, I found that my aptitude rose by 1 point. The northern dark ice soul physique was like a curse, coiling around Bai Ningbing's body. As she continued to cultivate, Bai Ningbing's aptitude would eventually recover to 100% and return to the 10 extreme physique. Thus, she would rather give up on advancing to rank 4. Rank 4 yellow gold primevalescence had better quality than white silver primevalescence. He walked out from the back door of the shop, the aperture following another path, allowing Bai Ningbing's to the gambling area to recover faster. Fang Yuan couldn't help but slow down. Is that so? It seems you can't leave the young GU in my hands. Hehehe, maybe you can go to Feng Yu Manor to inquire, they specialize in selling information. They might have what you need. You're not coming with me? Bai Ningbing stopped, looking at Fang Yuan. I want to go to the gambling den. Fang Yuan smiled. All right. Looking at Bai Ningbing's departing figure, Fang Yuan's smile gradually disappeared. He returned to the shop. Shopkeeper, I forgot some things. Do you have them here? He took out a list. The shopkeeper did not dare to neglect a guest with a purple thorn token. Looking at the contents of the list, he nodded. We have them, our shop has them. Very good, prepare one for me, immediately. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 281. This was a black rock. It was the size of a washbasin. The surface of the black rock flickered with specks of blue light. At first glance, it looked like sparse stars twinkling in the darkness. This was a stellar rock. But different from the surrounding stellar rocks, this stellar rock was squarish, like a brick. However, it was this rock buried in a corner that had a legendary GU worm taken out. And that lucky person, who was originally a nameless person, used this GU to make a name for himself in the strength path, gaining an achievement that others were envious of. Fang Yuan stood here, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He somewhat understood why no one was interested in this stubborn rock. This was an extremely luxurious large-scale gambling den. Business was very good. Although it was third in a city, there was a huge crowd around him. According to classification, the rocks were divided into 5 areas: miscellaneous, low, middle, high and special grade. In the miscellaneous grade area, each rock was sold for a dozen or so yuan stone. The lower grade rocks were sold for 100 yuan stones on average. Middle grade rocks were sold for 1,000, high grade up to 10,000, and special grade rocks were sold for hundreds of thousands. And this stellar rock was in the miscellaneous grade area. Mixed grade stones were the stones that were the least valued, and their quality was the worst. Most of them were solid rocks. Even if a GU worm was taken out, it would mostly be the remains of dead GU worms. Especially after the demonic GU master Wei Shenjing appeared, the miscellaneous grade rocks market was severely impacted. Wei Shenjing was an expert in counterfeiting. People called him the counterfeit master. He made a fortune by selling large amounts of counterfeit miscellaneous grade rocks. Almost all the large clans had his arrest warrant. In the southern border, he was a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Miscellaneous grade rocks were becoming more and more unpopular, but it was not that no one cared about them. Sometimes, some GU masters who were in a good mood would come out to shop and gamble. They would buy a few miscellaneous grade rocks and gamble for fun. Or professional gamblers would use them to test their luck. After all, miscellaneous grade rocks were cheap. To some GU masters, they would not feel heartache even if they lost. But the problem was, this was third in a city. Most of the GU masters here were rank 3 GU masters. Rank 3 was the rank of clan elder. At this level, most would have some family assets. Even if they wanted to test their luck, they would choose some lower grade rocks that had a higher chance of winning. Gambling on miscellaneous grade rocks, to them, was somewhat beneath their level. Of course, in such a large-scale gambling den, with people coming and going, there would be some GU masters who would try to get their hands on these miscellaneous grade rocks. But, how could they think that this stellar rock would hide a legendary GU worm in this counter? Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. Indeed, this stellar rock was used as a stepping stone, placed under a corner of the counter. With so many people coming and going, who would pay attention to an ordinary counter in the middle of dozens of long counters in the miscellaneous area? These counters were filled with origin stones of mixed grade, one after another, stacked on top of another. They were cheap, like the stacks of vegetables and fruits in the market on Earth. The GU masters who came here would all focus their attention on these prime val stones. Therefore, no one had ever paid any attention to this stellar stone, to the extent that it was gradually covered in dust, becoming even more unremarkable. No one knew when or who had used the stone as a stepping stone. No one knew how many people had passed by the stone during this period of time. Until one day, a GU master who was not doing well tripped on the corner of this counter when he walked here. Logically speaking, this GU master could only blame himself for being careless. The counter did not move. Many GU masters walked past it, but no one was bumped into. Just like an electric pole, it stood on the street, not provoking anyone, but there would always be people careless, bumping into the electric pole while walking. How could this be blamed on the electric pole? But no matter which world, resolving disputes was not through reasoning, but through strength. A rooster raised by a farmer crowed, causing the farmer to be unable to sleep in. Thus, in a fit of anger, the farmer slaughtered the rooster. There was nothing wrong with this. No matter which world, the big shots only needed to take a small step back, and the conflict could be resolved. But in the end, the big shots would not take a step back, and the small shots would have to make a huge sacrifice. The GU master tripped. Although he did not fall, he was very angry. He vented his anger on this stumbling block. Very well. Since you dare to trip me, I will cut you off. Thus, the GU master bought this stone, and cut it open in front of everyone. Then, the legendary GU appeared. It was a very dramatic event. Because of this dramatic event, it was passed down by everyone in Fang Yuan's previous life. And now, this dramatic event had not happened yet. This starstone was still perfectly fine as a stepping stone. It was silent and quiet. And Fang Yuan's foot was only 2 feet away from it. Customer, is this your first time gambling on stones? A shop assistant walked over. He saw Fang Yuan's dazed eyes, not knowing that he was using the corner of his eyes to observe the stone under his feet. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, replying, more or less. If he did not count his previous life's experience, this was indeed only his second time since his rebirth. Noob. Easy to trick. The shop assistant's smile became brighter. Then please come in. To speak the truth, the stones here are the cheapest, but there are no good things if they are cheap. The quality is not good, and the shape is weird. What can you gamble for? Allow me to introduce you to the guests. Oh. Go ahead. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, following the shop assistant into the gambling den. Customer, do you know how the stubborn stones are created? The shop assistant walked in front, turning around to ask. Without waiting for Fang Yuan to reply, he answered himself. As the saying goes, man is the spirit of all living beings, GU are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is full of spirit, good at creation, and has the highest intelligence, thus he created many new GU worms that do not exist in nature. GU are the essence of heaven and earth, they do not have any intelligence, but their small bodies contain the law fragments of the great Tao. Heaven and earth leave a trace of life. Some GU worms are heavily injured, or do not have food, they can fall into hibernation. After a long time, a layer of stone will condense around their body. The stone layer thickens, becoming stone skin. The stone skin thickens again, becoming stone flesh. After a long time, the stone flesh thickens and solidifies, finally turning into stubborn stones. These stubborn stones tightly wrap around the GU worm, and are affected by the law fragments in the GU worm's body, gradually becoming different, very different from the surrounding soil and stones. When people find these stubborn stones, they carefully collect them, and this is the stubborn stone you see now. Fang Yuan nodded, walking as he answered, yes, I have vaguely heard of the origin of the stubborn stones. The deeper they walked into the gambling den, the more GU masters there were. Many GU masters were picking stones, or discussing in low voices. The gambling den was spacious, and the whispers made it even more quiet. The shop assistant spoke frankly with assurance, customer, since you want to gamble, then you cannot be careless. Although our shop is a gambling den, we do not cheat people. We have to let you gamble without worry, and understand the situation. Our shop mainly sells old man stones, cart-pushing stones, stellar stones, and frost stones. Every stone is divided into 5 grades according to their appearance, and their prices are also different. Some are as high as 100,000, while some are only a few yuan stone. Customer, the place you were at just now, was the cheapest mixed grade area. Why didn't I suggest you buy there? Because the stubborn stones in the mixed grade area have the worst appearance. Let's take stellar stones as an example. Stellar stones usually contain starlight-type GU. These GU contain the laws of the movement of the stars, thus the stubborn stones gradually form speckles of starlight. Among the star-type GU, the most commonly seen is the rank 1 star dart GU, thus the stubborn stones have the shape of a dart. Or the star arrow bone, the stubborn stones are usually long, with one end sharp and the other side spreading out. There is also the meteor GU, the stubborn stones look like a ball but have a tail. These shaped stones have a high chance of having GU worms. Of course, other than the outer appearance, there are many other factors. For example, the more starlight speckles, the higher the chance of having a GU inside, and the higher the rank of the GU worm. Customer, what you see now is the middle grade stone. You will find that the appearance is no doubt better. Of course, the price here is slightly higher. Yes, that is true. Fang Yuan casually agreed. The shop assistant said with a proud tone, Our shop has the most outstanding rock dissecting masters, with at least 20 years of experience. Among them, there is a division master who specializes in using acid to dissect rocks. He has been dissecting rocks for over 50 years. I strongly suggest customer, after choosing the stubborn stones, dissect them in our shop. The rock dissecting masters are even more professional. They have a set of specialized
but
GU
his method
worms
could be said to
dissecting
be a
rocks.
violent dissection.
The method of dissecting
Fortunately,
rocks also
the
needs to be
purple
chosen
gold rock was
appropriately.
relatively soft.
For example,
mud-skin
to
toad's
dissect
tenacious
stellar
vitality,
stones,
it is
and of
best
course,
to use
Fang
magnetism.
Yuan's rich experience.
To dissect old man's
the violent
rocks,
dissection
use
method
acid.
could not be
If the
used
stubborn
widely,
stones have
as it could
GU,
kill the living
they are
GU.
extremely weak.
If Fang Yuan
Choosing an
wanted to
inappropriate
dissect
method
rocks,
can
he
easily
would need
cause
the
a
help of
fatal
this
blow
shop's
to the
rock dissection
GU.
master.
By then,
after
it will
strolling
be too
around,
late to regret.
Fang Yuan finally
Customer,
casually
if
chose
you
a
choose
few
a rock
rocks
in the
high grade
low-grade
or
area,
special grade
there
area,
were old man
our shop will
stones,
dissect it for you
cart-pushing
for free.
stones,
And
if it is in the
stones.
middle grade or
The shop
low-grade
assistant
area,
could not
you will
help
have
but be
to pay additional
disappointed.
fees.
But with his glib
As for the
tongue,
mixed
he
grade
tried his
area,
best to
he
persuade Fang Yuan
I do not
to buy a
recommend
few higher
customer
grade
to
ones.
hire a rock
But how
dissecting
could
master.
Fang Yuan fall
Normally,
for his trick?
the cost of hiring
After
a master
spending
is
so much
several
effort,
times higher
this
than
was
the
the
cost
result.
of buying the rock.
The shop
Back on
assistant's
Qing
voice
Maro
became
Mountain,
weak.
when
Customer,
Jioclan's
do you
caravan
have a
came,
token? Fang
if
Yuan
it is a
had
yellow
dissected
pear
the
token
purple
or
gold
above,
rock himself.
there will be a discount in terms of price. Please show it to me.
But at the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, his mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs almost popped out.
Purple thorn token? Oh my God. Chapter 282.
The purple thorn token was in Fang Yuan's hand, emitting a brilliant light, like a dream or illusion. The shop assistant stared at the token with a dazed expression. After a while, he suddenly woke up and said in a respectful tone, "Esteemed guest, forgive me for being blind. Please wait for a moment, I will call the shopkeeper over." The shopkeeper was a fat middle-aged man. When he heard that the redbud token had appeared, he immediately ran over with a jolt. Seeing Fang Yuan, he immediately bowed, "Esteemed guest, your arrival really brings light to our humble shop." Fang Yuan said plainly, pointing at the stones he specially picked, "I've gambled some small stones, I'll have to trouble you to open them." The shopkeeper quickly looked and was stunned. Why were they all low-grade stones? He quickly looked at the shop assistant, his gaze seemed to be reproaching. "Those who have the purple thorn token are all important people, big customers, and you actually asked him to choose these GU?" The shop assistant stood at the side uneasily, unable to say a word. The shopkeeper bowed his head towards Fang Yuan, "Esteemed guest, there is no problem if you want to open the stones." Their gazes swept around and those saw who that have the the purple shopkeeper thorn was like a token little can open attendant stones following for free beside in a all young the man. gambling dens.
How could they not
As
know
for
these
Fang
stones?
Yuan's identity,
There is a discount.
but Fang
Only
Yuan only watched from
650
afar and did
yuan
not walk
stone.
forward.
I know,
The five
the
old
rules of
masters
the
could
gambling
not
den.
help but guess.
First pay,
It seems
then
this
open
young
the
master
stones.
does not want to be
Fang
known.
Yuan nodded.
This was
taking
also
out
normal.
the corresponding amount
Many
of
people
yuan
were like
stone
this
from the
before they
prime
dissected the
GU.
stones. The
Losing
shopkeeper
the bet
quickly
would
took
cause
the
them
yuan
to lose
stone
face.
and immediately called
Looks
the shop
like I have to
assistant.
perform well
Quickly
this
go and
time
invite
and strive
Master
to leave a
Duan,
deep
Master
impression
Huang,
on this esteemed
Master
guest.
Zhong, Master
It would
Zhao,
be
and
best
Master
if I can
Ma out.
establish a
He then
relationship
turned
with
to
him.
Fang Yuan.
The five
"Esteemed
old
guest,
masters were
the
secretly
stone opening
calculating,
platform is
rubbing
inside
their
the
hands,
den. Please
eager to
move
give it a
aside."
try.
The five stones that
stone-cutting
Fang Yuan
masters were
chose
resting
were
in
given
the small
priority
courtyard
by the shop
behind the
assistant.
gambling den.
When the
At their
surrounding
level,
people saw
ordinary
these
rocks
stones,
wouldn't
they were
cause them
shocked.
to make a move.
What? And some
These
young
are all
GU
low-grade
masters,
stones.
mostly their
Am I
apprentices,
seeing things?
were in
These
charge of
lousy
opening the
stones,
stones normally.
cutting the inferior
The shop
stones for the
assistant
old
ran to
masters.
the small
This
courtyard
is simply
and
an
stated
insult
his
to them.
purpose. But a scene that made them
inviting us
stare in
four
shock
old fellows
happened.
out?
The five old masters held these
eyes
inferior
brightened.
stones with
Could
both
it be
hands
that
and
someone
carefully
bought
placed
those
them on the
special
stone
grade
table in
stubborn
front of them?
stones?
Their
The old
expressions
masters
were
immediately
extremely
felt their
serious
hands
and
itching.
solemn.
The
Then
shop
they summoned
assistant
their
shook his
GU
head.
worms and
It's
started
just
to
some
dissect the
low-grade
stones
rocks.
in front of
The
everyone.
expressions of the
Most
old
of the
masters
five old
immediately
masters were
changed,
ranked 2
revealing a
stage.
displeased
Only
look.
the division master
The division
was rank 3.
master snorted
For a
coldly,
moment, all kinds
asking
of
them
GU
to
worms
remove the
appeared,
inferior stones
causing
was
everyone to
simply
be
an
dumbstruck.
insult.
And it was
What's
a belittling
going
of
on?
their status.
Don't tell me these
But the
stones
shop
have a great
assistant
origin
immediately
and
said,
are not as simple
"The
as they
visitor
seem.
is a distinguished
I have never
guest with
seen
a red
such
serious
token."
expressions
The
from the
shopkeeper
five old
specially
masters.
asked me to
On the
invite the
stage,
five of you.
GU worms
What?
flew around as the
Redbud
five old
token?
masters
Are
showed
you
off
sure
their
you
unique
didn't see it
methods.
wrong?
The division
For thousands
master
of
had the
years,
highest
Zhong
cultivation
Clan has only
and was
given
the
out a
stone
few
dissecting
hundred
master
purple
of
thorn
the gambling
tokens.
den.
There's
He was
actually a
proficient
redbud
in
token
acid
owner.
dissecting
Quick,
stones. Quick, he took out a large
What are you
bowl
waiting
and
for?
summoned a snake
The
GU
5 old
to spit out
masters
green
hurriedly
acid.
ran out
Then,
of the small
he
courtyard
carefully
and
placed
onto
the
the
stones
workbench.
in the acid.
On the workbench,
Bubbles kept
the young
popping up.
stonecutters were shocked
After a long
and hurriedly
while,
greeted
his
him.
hands were covered
The
in a
old
layer of
masters
light,
waved
and he
their
took out
hands
the
and
shrunken
chased the
stone.
younger generation
Then,
off the stage.
he placed it in another
This commotion
acid.
quickly
Master
attracted
Zhong
the attention
used
of
the
others.
magnetism
Many
dissecting
gazes
method.
were directed
His
at
palms
him.
faced each
People
other.
whispered to
The
each other
stones
and
floated
could not
in the
help
air
but feel
between
curious.
his palms.
What's
Tiny
going
stone
on?
chips were
It's rare to
constantly
see
being
the
sucked
5 old
out by the
masters
power
of the
of the
5
magnetism
masters coming out
There
together.
were also other
Could it
masters.
be that someone bought
Some
a batch
summoned
of special
toad grade
GU
stubborn
and used the
stones.
toad's tongue to
Fang
lick the
Yuan,
stones,
accompanied by
some
the
used
shopkeeper,
fire to roast,
had already
while
arrived
some
in front
controlled
of
a
the
small
workbench
whirlwind
where the
to
rocks
cut
were
the
being
stones.
cut in public.
A group of young
But he did not
stonecutters
move
stood
forward
behind
and kept
the
a
old
low
masters,
profile,
only
dumbfounded.
watching from afar.
Why was there a
But
need
the
to make
5 old
such a big
masters
fuss
were
about
old
these
and
inferior
experienced.
stones? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Could it be that the old master's actions had a deeper meaning? No, I have to observe carefully. The result of my observation made everyone dumbfounded. These inferior stones, after being dissected, did not have any material. It was either solid or hollow, there wasn't even a single dead GU in sight. What is this? I thought there was something fishy. So they are all ordinary inferior stones. What are these old masters doing here? They are really wasting my time. The surrounding crowd was greatly disappointed and left with a flick of their sleeves. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. In the past, when he saw that the stones chosen by the gamblers did not have any GU worms, he would be extremely happy. But now, he wished he could stuff a few GU worms into the stones. An esteemed guest with a purple thorn token could not be easily offended. He carefully looked at Fang Yuan, wanting to say some comforting words. But Fang Yuan had already opened his mouth, smiling. No matter, it seems my luck is not good today, I will not gamble anymore. I will come again when I have time. The shopkeeper and the worker respectfully sent Fang Yuan to the door. They still wanted to send him out of the street, but were stopped by Fang Yuan. Only when Fang Yuan's figure disappeared at the end of the street did the shopkeeper straighten his back. He turned around and gave the worker beside him a violent knock. Who asked you to neglect the esteemed guest? The worker held his head in pain, not daring to say a word. Fang Yuan's visit today was only to probe. Now that he found his target, this trip was already a success. As for the stellar stone, he could not sell it directly, he had to go through some trouble. If Fang Yuan wanted to obtain that GU, he would have to open the stellar stone. He did not have the methods to open it himself, and to gather a set of specialized GU worms, the expenditure was huge, thus he had to hand it over to the old masters in the gambling den. If the old masters opened the stones in public, it would cause a commotion. If he used the purple thorn token and asked them to open the stones in secret, it would not be appropriate, and would make people suspicious. If Fang Yuan got a legendary GU right from the start, his luck would be too good. Fang Yuan did not doubt Shong Clan's enormous power. Shong Yangfei had just investigated him, he must have known that Fang Yuan got the mudskin toad in Jiao Clan's caravan. If Fang Yuan gambled twice, once he got the mudskin toad, and the other time he got the legendary GU. Shong Yangfei was an astute person, how could he not be suspicious? Stone gambling involved huge benefits. If Shong Yangfei suspected that Fang Yuan had a method to detect if there was a GU in the stone, he would definitely be moved, and even make a move. Fang Yuan did not have such a method, but he could not expose some of his GU worms. Especially the spring-autumn cicada. Especially on Shongliang Mountain, Shong Yangfei was not the main threat. The real threat came from rank 6 GU masters. Almost all Overlord-level forces had rank 6 GU masters behind them. Once GU masters reached rank 6, they would live in seclusion for over 10 years. Because their strength had reached a qualitative change, they had their own difficulties and had to take responsibility for themselves. But if Spring-Autumn Cicada was exposed, these rank 6 GU masters would definitely flock over. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. Fang Yuan was a cautious person, how could he make a big mistake in such a small matter? He had to eliminate all reasons to expose Spring-Autumn Cicada, even if he had to bear the risk of the stellar stone being discovered. According to his previous life's memories, the chances of the legendary GU being discovered were very small. But even if it was discovered, Fang Yuan had corresponding methods to resolve it. It was better than arousing suspicion, and the threat of spring-autumn cicada being exposed. For the next few days, I will go to the stone gambling area and buy some stones to gamble, leaving behind some impressions. Fang Yuan thought along the way, as he walked back to Nanqiu Garden. Bai Ningbing had already returned from Feng Yu building.
I was waiting for you.
Saying so, she handed the ice crystal GU to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it, and threw it back to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing helped him cultivate, and he would help Bai Ningbing refine the GU. This was part of the poison vow. Bai Ningbing took the ice crystal GU, and walked into the secret room to refine it. Fang Yuan also walked into another secret room, and started refining a type of GU.
Chapter 283.
In the secret room, starlight shone clearly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, starting to refine GU. After parting with Bai Ningbing, he went to a shop again and bought everything needed for the GU refinement. Of course, to prevent the recipe from being exposed, he added some unnecessary things to disguise it. He willed, summoning a GU. This GU was like a spherical airbag, fist-sized and orange in color. Its surface was wrinkled and somewhat thick, making it uncomfortable to touch. This was the rank 1 smelly fart GU. Its only use was to emit a foul smell the lion had no attack power, and the great strength think that this goose effect was strong. Thus, but it was widely such a scene appeared in the air. Refinement the lion head phantom opened its mouth and silently injected to swallow the great strength prime essence, causing the smelly fart third of the body to slowly expand and float in the air. No longer continue. At the same time, the lion head phantom mud even showed signs of collapsing. Immediately, thus, a rotten stench spread out and took out a paper crane. This jar was filled with rotten swamp mud. This GU had light blue. This mud was also a widely used GU refinement material. The light blue paper crane GU flew towards the lion and shot out a seed from his aperture. By the lion head phantom. The seed was shot into the mud jar, and as an outsider sea level in his aperture, they would definitely scream in shock. Dark green vines drilled out from the rotten swamp mud. Who could multitask the vines were already very amazing out of the mud jar, but those who could multitask an area were few in number. They grew branches was a powerful and large leaves that allowed a GU These master green leaves to become a refinement like buckets. Ordinary they were GU small refinement first, masters but would quickly expand other supplementary GU worms to be able to multitask. Peeled off the top of these leaves, Fang Yuan revealing the pure white rice grains inside. Great strength, but Fang Yuan did not use them at the same time, pouring them into the rotten swamp mud. But to him, this was slowly released the smelly fart accumulation of multitasking. Activating the smelly fart for anything, and the rice bag grass Fang Yuan used 500 years to slowly accumulate, emitted an orange light for hundreds of years, fusing with the green light emitted by the rice bag to multitasking. The mixed light gradually converged, going into the mud jar. The mud jar continued to shake before finally stopping, to use supplementary GU flew out. After the lion head was yellowish brown and looked like mud, the light no longer dissipated like a pile of shit back to its original Don't look state. At its ugly appearance. Fang Yuan continued to use it to swallow the great by its ugly appearance. It could cause After diarrhea. Swallowing another third, don't look at the lion head but phantom it can make reverted to its old state. And was in danger of dissipating. Fang Yuan did not panic. Worms. He calmly took out the all shaped dark green paper crane GU. There was the holy and elegant like heavenly essence when the lion head phantom swallowed all the great strength spring autumn cicada. It became evil and ghostly blood skull GU. Fang Yuan used the third pink paper crane disgusting looking. After the lion head phantom swallowed it, the originally white light suddenly shrunk to half its original size and started to let out light blue, dark green, and pink colors. At the same time, the lion head phantom let out a loud voice, and it was eat shit. Fang Yuan then took out the great strength GU in the secret and bought it from the shop, causing a buzzing sound in Fang Yuan's double the GU master's strength. Fang Yuan was not worried about the sound leaking. Fang Yuan used the great strength secret room and the strong defense to refine isolating the inside from the outside. Great strength. He was overjoyed. Was a rank 3 GU was finally its effect refined. Was the same as the this was the breaking words. But its effect was 3 times stronger. But this breaking words the great strength could only exist for 10 not as popular as the poop. Once the time was up, the higher the rank automatically die, the better. Fang Yuan did not dare to be slow. Much more than rank 1 the breaking words GU. Although the great strength poop under the illumination of the light using the poop dark green a few times could achieve the same Yuan's entire body. There were also cases of doctors misdiagnosing and abusing the great strength poop. The smoke trembled and churned under the lion head phantom's roars. With the great strength after 2 breaths of time, it was the smoke condensed into 2 poisoned vow GU. Fang Yuan took out the lion roar GU. And the lion head was shaped like a lion's head. Once activated, as it turned into a millstone-sized phantom of a lion's sharp cry emitting a lion's roar before stopping. It was usually used to send a signal to attract its mouth again, away swallowing the other poison. If used well in battle, after it could cause enemy the poison masters to panic. Was cleanly eliminated, and not even a trace of dark purple smoke was left on Fang Yuan's body. After a few breaths of time, the lion head phantom let out a soft sound, turning into a 3-colored rain of light. The rain of light fell sparsely, illuminating the secret chamber in a splendid manner. Fang Yuan's lips curled up in the rain of light, showing a cold smile. Poison vow GU? Hey, trying to bind me with a poison vow, how naive. But they could not be blamed. In his previous life, 200 years later, this breaking words GU appeared in the world. It originated from a western desert tribe chief, and after a few decades, it gradually spread throughout the world. After more than 10 years, someone researched the black and white paper GU and replaced the poison vow GU. Even the going one's word GU could not break it. But without the breaking words GU, 100 years later, confusion black and white GU appeared, able to break the binding power of the black and white paper GU. Poison vow GU, breaking words GU, black and white paper GU, confusion black and white GU, these were only a small part of the struggle between binding and breaking. Before this, there was, and after this, there would still be. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience,
like Liquorworm,
he was
although it was a
500
rank
years
1
ahead of the
GU,
entire
had the
world.
price of a rank
It was
2
not
GU,
difficult to break
and
the
relic
poison
goose
vow
price
GU.
was even more ridiculous.
Once the poison vow
Green
goose
copper
binding was
relic
gone,
goose price
Fang
was
Yuan
around
felt
2,000
yuan stone.
Even better,
Red
he only
steel
removed
relic
the
GU
binding on his
rose to
side,
8,000,
while Shong
silver
Yaz
relic
and
GU
by Ning
rose to
Bing still had the
50,000,
poison vow
and yellow
goose
gold
power.
relic GU
This
near
way,
300,000.
against the two of them,
Fang Yuan
only
had
had
the
the
upper hand.
420,000
Shong
yuan
Yaz
stone.
is a petty
He could not
person.
afford
I
two
took
yellow
advantage
gold
of
relic
him.
GU.
He will definitely
Relic
take revenge.
GU were natural
But I
GU.
already have a
They
plan.
could not be
I will
refined
let him
by
jump
GU
around for a
masters.
while. Most of
As
the
for
time,
Ning
money
Bing,
could not
she is
buy
already
them.
in my grasp.
I need to rest
I can
in
make use of
Shongklan
her in the
City
short
for
term.
2 to 3 years.
I am not in a hurry to fall out with her.
420,000 won't
These
even be
days,
enough for
I have
1 year
split
of
half of my
cultivation.
yuan stone.
GU master
I have bought
cultivation
many
relies
GU,
on large
spending
amounts of
tens of
resources.
thousands of yuan
The higher
stone.
the realm,
Adding
the
on
more
the
money
banquet,
they need.
Nanqiu
I will
Gardens
need
rent,
to spend
gambling
even more
dens
money
fees,
in the gambling
GU
den.
worm food and
There
so
is a
on.
need to
I
find a
only
way
have
to earn money.
420,000 yuan
Shongklan
stone
City
left.
was bustling.
If one
The
does not think
competition was
far
intense.
ahead,
They
but
will
there
have
were
immediate
opportunities
worries.
everywhere.
Fang
As long
Yuan
as you have
frowned
the
as he thought
ability,
of this.
earning money
He
was
wanted
easy.
to gather a set
Without
of GU
ability,
worms.
you would
This
be
amount of
eliminated.
money seemed like a lot.
This was another
but it was
world
not
of
enough.
nature,
Filled
filled
with
with
cruel
rank
competition.
GU worms
Fang
had a
Yuan
market price
combined
of
his
around
previous
500
life's
yuan
experience
stone.
and his current
Rank
life's
2 GU
understanding.
worms
He had
ranged
already
from
made up his
500
mind
to
on earning
1,000
money.
yuan stone.
Rank 3 GU
Chapter
worms ranged from
284.
1,000 yuan
Wei
stone
Yang
to
felt
10,000
vexed.
yuan
He had been
stone.
having a headache
Rank
these
4
days.
GU worms
Shong
ranged
Yangfei
from
wanted to
10,000
recruit
to Fang and Bai,
100,000,
but under Wei
rank
Yang's
5 GU
indirect
worms
questioning,
ranged from
Fang and Bai
100,000
did not
to
show
a
the
million.
slightest bit of interest.
Rank 6 GU
This
worms
was normal.
had never been sold
Youngsters
before.
were hot-blooded
The above
and full of
prices
ideals.
were only for
They did not want to
ordinary
depend
GU
on
worms.
others, and felt that in this world, as long as they worked hard, they could achieve it. Naive, so naive. Wei Yang could understand, wasn't he like this in the past? Thus, he did not directly invite Fang and Bai. To put it bluntly and be rejected by Fang and Bai, there would be no room for negotiation. Wei Yang was shrewd and ruthless. He had already formulated a plan to make Fang and Bai fall into his trap step by step. He did not think of any schemes. For matters like recruitment, both parties had to be willing. Forcefully forcing them would only ruin things. Especially after Wei Yang had interacted with Fang and Bai these days, he knew that they would not compromise. Thus, Wei Yang planned to subtly influence them, and win openly and openly. He was very confident in this. What do GU masters rely on to cultivate? Resources. Righteous GU masters are easy to deal with, but demonic GU masters, hey. Wei Yang was once a demonic GU master. He had walked out of the battle stage. He was too clear on the hardships of demonic GU masters. GU masters' cultivation could not be separated from yuan stone, GU worms, and all kinds of food. The higher the cultivation, the higher the GU masters' needs in this aspect. At the start, GU masters could rely on their own abilities to satisfy these needs. But as time went on, they would find that their needs would become greater, and the competition would become stronger. Sometimes, they would not even be able to satisfy their own need. Wei Yang stepped into the battle stage when he was rank 1. From rank 1 to rank 2, to rank 3, he became stronger and stronger, but he also felt himself becoming weaker and weaker. It was like a scholar. The more he knew, the more he would understand his own ignorance. The stronger Wei Yang became, the more he understood his own weakness. An individual was so weak, only by relying on each other, relying on the clan, could they survive. When he realized this, he accepted the olive branch that Shong Yangfei threw at him. This was how he had walked all the way. When Fang and Bai understand their own weaknesses one day, Shong clan's recruitment will be successful. But before that, I can't sit by and watch Fangjing take the wrong path. This will waste his youth and energy, and waste his great aptitude. In Wei Yang's eyes, Fang Yuan's choice of strength was a complete mistake. Young and impetuous, ignorant and ignorant. Strength. In Shongklan City's battle stage, among the demonic GU masters that walked out, which one of them was famous for their strength? No. Strength path was a GU master path destined to be at the bottom, destined to not be able to make it to the top. Do you want to rely on strength to stand out? There was no hope. However, things didn't go according to his wishes. These days, Wei Yang took the initiative to look for Fang Yuan and tried to persuade him several times. However, Fang Yuan refused every single time, and his attitude was unwavering. Wei Yang fully understood the stubbornness of Fang Yuan's personality. He had failed many times. After thinking about it calmly, he decided to change his method of persuasion. Today, he came looking for him again. Brother Wei, you are suggesting that I enter the battle stage and participate in the battle stage? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. Yes. Brother Wei relied on the battle stage to cultivate step by step. Good experience has to be shared. Wei Yang's expression was sincere. Next, he raised 3 fingers. There are 3 benefits to participating in the battle stage. First, you can win money. Every time you participate in the battle stage, as long as you win, you can get Yuan Stone. The more spectators, the more Yuan Stone you can get. Second, you can get GU worms. There is a rule in the battle stage: the winner can choose a GU from the loser for his own use. Third, participating in the battle stage can train your battle techniques, and at the same time, test the power of your GU worms. That way, you can adjust accordingly. Fang Yuan heard Wei Yang's last sentence and immediately understood. These days, Wei Yang had been trying to persuade him to give up strength path and change to another path. After failing, he decided to beat around the bush and use the battle stage to make Fang Yuan fully aware of the flaws of strength path, making Fang Yuan give up on cultivation of strength path. Strength path is a choice I made after careful consideration. It will help me greatly in the future. How can I change it? But the battle stage is also my next plan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan nodded and agreed. Wei Yang was overjoyed. Earlier, you only used the battle stage to compete with me. Shang Clan City's battle stage has a complete system. If you want to participate, you have to register first. Follow me. Thus, the two came to 5th Inner City's battle stage. This place was much more lively than 3rd Inner City. People moved about, the bustling noises entered Fang Yuan's ears, and a strong atmosphere assaulted his senses. Did you hear? Li Hao won again. This is his 13th victory. It seems he will rise to 4th Inner City soon. He has rank 3 cultivation. Entering 4th Inner City is a sure thing. Did you see the battle between Wang Diehan and Ma Dequan? It was very exciting. Wang Han lost to Ma Dequan. He lost his most important raindrop GU. He is almost crippled. Zhao Die Xiong and Zhong Nyo's battle is about to start. Let's go watch. These two are using strength path. It is not a good fight. I might as well go watch the battle between Qiao Die and Qiao Wei Yang purposely disguised himself. He led the way for Fang Yuan as he said, "You need to obtain 30 net victories in 5th Inner City to advance to 4th Inner City. In 4th Inner City's battle stage, you need 80 net victories to advance to 3rd Inner City. What is net victories? For example, if you win 10 battles and lose 2, that would be 8 net victories. The battle stage is split into 3 levels. The lowest level is in 5th Inner City, the middle level is in 4th Inner City, and the highest level is in 3rd Inner City. Brother, you are a newbie in the battle stage. You have 0 wins or losses. According to the rules, you have to start from the 5th Inner City's low-level battle stage. Don't be anxious. With my estimation of your battle strength, you will soon rise to the middle level from the low-level battle stage. As for the high-level battle stage, you will need some time. You will need about a year to get there." Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said, He admitted that Fang Yuan had battle talent, but the strength path could only be flaunted in the low to mid-grade battle stage. In the high-grade battle stage, where there were many experts, the strength path would show its weakness and be suppressed by the other paths. Under Wei Yang's lead, the two arrived at a large hall. The hall was noisy. GU masters were applying for challenges, checking the number of battles and so on. Some were here to participate in the battle stage, some were here to watch the battles, and some were here to set up bets. Wei Yang did not squeeze with them, but pushed open a small door with familiarity. Behind the door was a long and narrow passageway, guarded by two GU masters. One of them walked up and said to Wei Yang and Fang Yuan, "This is the special reception area, outsiders are not allowed to enter." Wei Yang showed his elder token, and the two quickly bowed and let him in. After passing through the passageway, there was another hall, with 4 tables. 3 of them were already receiving guests. This place was much quieter than the hall outside. Fang Yuan used Gu Fengzheng's name to complete the registration. After paying 500 yuan stone, he received a vine information GU. This GU was like a vine, with a wide jade green leaf growing on it. Rank 1 GU, it recorded some information about Fang Yuan. This GU was not bought by Fang Yuan, but borrowed from Shongclan City. Fang Yuan was in charge of feeding it, but could not change the contents, only Shongclan could. Of course, a rank 1 vine information GU was not hard to decipher. It was just that Shongclan had a backup of the information, and with the supervision of the masses, there were very few cases of falsification. There are not many rules in the battle stage, there is a lot of freedom. If you want to participate in the battle, come here and apply, Shongclan will arrange an opponent for you. They can be stronger or weaker than you. You can also choose a specific opponent, but you need the other party's agreement. Each person has the right to forcefully challenge for a month, and the opponent is not allowed to reject. Other than that, the battle stage has a limit on the number of battles. Each person can only fight once a day. Every 10 days, you have to participate in at least 1 battle, or else your victory count will be deducted. If your net loss reaches 5, your qualification will be revoked. If you want to participate, you have to apply again. How about it? Are you interested in a battle today, to test your skills? Wei Yang smiled. Fang Yuan nodded. This was the special reception area. The receptionist was very efficient, quickly arranging an opponent for Fang Yuan. The time is at 3:45 p.m., the location is at the 5th battle stage, the terrain is grassland. There was only 7 minutes left until 3:45 p.m. When Wei Yang brought Fang Yuan to the 5th battle stage, his opponent was already waiting inside. He was a young man, tall and thin, with an ordinary appearance, wearing a green robe. Seeing Fang Yuan walk in, his eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Looking at Fang Yuan's appearance, he was clearly a young man. How high could his cultivation be? On the other hand, he had recently advanced to rank 2 middle stage. This was his first battle since coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was a good sign. Fang Yuan walked in. The 5th battle stage was a mid-sized battle stage. It was more than twice the size of the stone battle stage where he fought Wei Yang. The battle stage was covered in green grass. Fang Yuan stepped on it with his leather boots, feeling the soft soil under his feet. There were only 2 to 3 spectators, including Wei Yang who had disguised himself. Spectators needed to pay yuan stone. Fang Yuan was only a nameless junior now. His opponent, Tang Qing, had some fame, but he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. There were not many people who paid attention to him. He had already disappeared. Dang! A clear bell rang. The battle officially began. "I am Tang Qing." The young man had an elegant demeanor, cupping his fists towards Fang Yuan. Jumping grass. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He stomped on the ground, his body darting out. You are going to fight now?" Tang Qing was shocked. He did not expect this young man to be so shameless, openly sneaking an attack. This guy did not follow the rules at all. Chapter 285. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan moved like lightning, pouncing towards Tang Qing. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, Tang Qing's vision darkened, and before he could react, Fang Yuan's fist landed on his chest. At that moment, Tang Qing felt an intense pain assaulting him, almost causing him to faint on the spot. The wind blew past his ears, and his vision rapidly retreated. His whole body was sent flying by Fang Yuan's attack. Next, he landed on the ground, and his vision spun around. For a moment, it was the grass field, and for a moment, it was the roof of the battle stage. He rubbed against the ground,
in the
rolling
battle
all the way.
stage.
Although there were many
battles,
battles, and there were not many soil was thrown out.
Firstly,
His whole body was
had
covered
their
in
own
grass
methods,
and black soil,
and could admit
the
defeat
smell
if
of
they could
grass
not
juice,
win.
soil
Secondly,
and blood mixed
the GU
together,
master
assaulting
in
his
charge of the
nostrils,
battle stage
he
could
laid
make a
on the
move in
ground,
time.
his gaze
Thirdly,
unfocused.
both sides were usually
Rolling all
more
the way
restrained.
had caused
After
his whole
all,
body to
they
fall
were
apart,
all in the battle
and
stage,
he could feel
and often
soreness
met
all
each
over his
other.
body.
Although
But
they
these
fought for
feelings,
benefits,
compared
they
to the
would
sharp
not really
pain in
kill
his
anyone.
chest, was
There were
simply
two
like a
reasons
drizzle.
why Fang
He
Yuan
lowered his
could
head
kill
to look
Tang
at his
Qing.
chest, and
Firstly,
immediately
Tang
sucked in a
Qing
breath
had
of
just
cold
come out
air.
of closed
The left
cultivation,
side of his
and
chest
his
was
sensitivity
forcibly
reduced
reduced
by
by
2
2
inches.
was greatly reduced.
His skin and flesh
Normally,
were split open,
if he used
and
his
his pale
defensive
white
GU
ribs were
in time,
exposed,
he
it
would
was
not have
clearly
ended up
broken.
like this.
Large amounts
Secondly,
of fresh blood
Fang Yuan's
gushed out
appearance
as
was
if it was
young,
free.
and he used the breath
Fang Yuan
concealment
had
GU
great
to
strength,
conceal his
and
aura,
his sneak attacks
causing Tang
succeeded,
Qing's mind
causing
to relax.
Tang Qing to suffer
Then,
heavy
he
injuries.
suddenly launched a
Tang
sneak
Qing's
attack,
eyes were
heavily
wide
injuring
open.
Tang
After
Qing
the
with his
shock,
first attack.
rage
and
and
hatred
hatred
erupted
attacks
in
were
his
so
heart like a
fast that the
volcano.
GU master in
This
charge
little
of the battle
bastard,
stage did
despicable
not even
and
have time to
shameless,
react before
sneak
Tang
attacking
Qing was
me,
killed.
heavily
The
injuring
GU
me,
master
who was in
him.
charge of
I
the
will
battle
cut him into
stage, rushed
1,000
over.
pieces.
But when
Die.
he saw Tang
Right
Qing's
at this
sunken
moment,
face,
Fang
and the blood
Yuan's
and
shout
brain matter
resounded
oozing
in
out
Tang
from the
Qing's
cracks
ears.
in his skull,
Fang
he could
Yuan
only
took
give up on
a few
the
steps,
idea of saving
arriving
him.
in front of Tang
Young
Qing,
man, and
you are
raised
too
his leg,
ruthless.
ruthlessly
He
stared
stared
at
on the
Fang
center
Yuan,
of Tang
his
Qing's
tone
legs.
filled with
Tang
dissatisfaction.
Qing felt his vision
Although
blur,
the battle
and
was short,
subconsciously
he saw
narrowed his
everything
eyes.
clearly.
Fang Yuan
activated
controlled the
canopy
situation,
GU,
and
and
his
his
body
body
was
was
covered
covered
in
in
a
a
layer
layer
of
of
white
white
armor,
armor, but he
the
did not
light
do
causing
so.
his heart to
Fang
tremble.
Yuan shrugged
He was
his shoulders
actually a rank
indifferently.
3 GU
It is
master.
just a life.
Fang
What is
Yuan
there
had
to be
used breath
surprised about?
concealment GU
According
earlier,
to the
and
rules
now
of the
that he was
battle
fighting,
stage,
I
he could
killed
no
him.
longer
So
conceal his
everything on
rank
him is
3
my
aura.
loot, right?
This caused
The
Tang
GU
Qing
master
to be
in charge
terrified
of the
out of
battle
his wits.
stage snorted unhappily.
Such a young rank
Everything
3
on him
GU
is
master,
yours,
but
he
we have to take
subconsciously
back divine
activated his
information
defensive
GU.
Young
And
man,
immediately,
I have to
a
remind
green
you,
wind
you
revolved
have no
around his
respect
body.
for life.
Fang
This way of
Yuan's
thinking
kick had
is
been
very
planned
dangerous.
for a long time.
I am truly
He could
sorry.
have crushed Tang
Wei
Qing's
Yang
crotch.
had an apologetic
However,
expression,
it was
walking
obstructed
over
by the
from
wind,
behind,
and its
this
strength
brother of
was
mine
greatly
has always been
reduced.
roaming outside.
This
Tang
is the
Qing
first time
opened
he
his
has come
mouth
here to
wide,
participate
and his
in the battle
expression was
stage.
extremely
That
distorted
GU
as he
master
let
did
out
not
an
recognize
extremely
Wei
shrill
Yang.
scream, his face
Although
showing a
he had
trace of
put up some
disgust.
defense,
It was
you
still a
demonic
heavy blow
GU
to his
masters are
vitals.
like this,
As
aggressive
if he had
and
been
bloodthirsty.
electrocuted.
He
Forget
bounced
it.
up from
I
the
can't
ground
get through
and
to you.
subconsciously
Give me your
stretched out
vine
his arms
information
to
to
protect
GU.
his crotch.
Fang
A
Yuan
cold
took out
light
the vine
flashed in
information
Fang
GU,
Yuan's eyes,
and the GU
he
master
clenched
in
his
charge
left hand
changed
the
the
records
records
inside,
and punched out,
returning it to
He
Fang
used
Yuan.
all his strength
Fang
in this
Yuan's
punch.
mind entered,
The wind
and saw
howled.
that the 0
Bang.
win count had
A
become
fist
1.
shrouded in a
He
layer of
searched
white
Tang
light
Qing's
heavily
corpse
struck
and
Tang
obtained
Qing's
4
face.
GU.
Tang
Three
Qing's
rank
screams
2
came
one
to an
rank
abrupt
1.
end. All ordinary
He fell
GU.
backward at an
The
even
total
faster
value was
speed,
about
and the
2,000
back of his
yuan
head
stone.
smashed into
Tang
the ground.
Qing's death was
He
too
was
sudden.
motionless
He
and
did not have
breathless.
time to
Critical
self-detonate his
strike.
GU worms.
His entire
But
nose
he had
bridge
just come
was
out of
smashed into
closed
his
cultivation,
face, and his
only
eyeballs
had
popped
20
out
to
of their
30 yuan
sockets.
stone on him.
His skull was shattered in that instant. Blood flowed down, staining the soil and green grass around him. Fang Yuan looked down from above, and the scene seemed to have frozen. After a few breaths of time, gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Dead. Someone is dead. Someone was beaten to death. The 2 to 3 spectating GU masters were tongue-tied. Even Wei Yang couldn't help but have a strange expression. Brother Fangjing, try not to kill as much as possible in the future. After leaving the battle stage, Wei Yang advised Fang Yuan. Although in the battle stage, there is no need to talk about life and death, but Wei Yang shook his head, there is no need to fight to the death every time. The battle stage can be said to be big, but it can also be said to be small. You will meet stronger opponents. After all, we are all living in Shongclan City, let's forgive and forget. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, but even if I let them off, they might not let me off. I have met demonic Jiu masters before, and they attacked without saying a word. If you don't kill, they will. My past experience tells me to kill if I can, otherwise, I will not give them any chances, and because of this, I can live until now. Wei Yang was speechless. He suddenly thought, wasn't this Fang Yuan in front of him the same as him in the past? Ruthless and distrustful, it was because he had no sense of security. Demonic Jiu masters had the least sense of security. Different from righteous Jiu masters had clans to rely on, clansmen to help them, they had stable resources, thus they had a sense of security and could trust each other. But demonic Jiu masters were lone cultivators, without the support of clans, they had to make their own yuan stone and food. Most of the time, they did not know their next meal, and could not even guarantee their survival. How could they feel safe? For their own survival, they could only take the risk, killing and robbing. Demonic Jiu masters were weak, and did not dare to touch righteous Jiu masters, thus they stretched their demonic claws towards each other. This way, it was a vicious cycle. Demonic Jiu masters could not trust each other, and would often attack the moment they met. They had no sense of security, thus their moves were even more ruthless. Wei Yang had turned from demonic to righteous. His rich experience gave him a deeper understanding of both the righteous and demonic paths. Why did the righteous path prosper, while the demonic path was suppressed? It was because of this reason. Fang Yuan's ruthlessness was something Wei Yang could understand. Precisely because of this understanding, he felt pity towards Fang Yuan. Although his cultivation is rank 3, and he is talented in battle, he is still a child. Sigh, looking at his fierce attacks, I can tell how much suffering he has suffered. Now that I think about it, if he showed mercy, wouldn't it be strange? He is merciless, just like other demonic Jiu masters. They all have this problem when they first participate in the battle stage. Wasn't I like this before? Hihi, forget it, as time passes, he will slowly change. This kind of process is imperceptible and cannot be forced. Thinking of this, Wei Yang stopped persuading him, and changed the topic, talking about the battle earlier. Brother Fangjing, you said earlier that you used many GU to modify your body and increase your strength. How many GU did you use? Since Brother Wei asked, I will tell you everything I know. I used a total of 3 GU, black and white boar GU, crocodile strength GU, and I bought a brown bear innate strength GU a few days ago. I am using it now. Fang Yuan smiled. He, black and white boar GU gave you the strength of 2 boars, and crocodile strength GU gave you the strength of 1 crocodile. But brother, have you thought about it? If a wild boar had charged into your opponent, what kind of injuries would it have caused? Wei Yang said in an enlightening tone. Fang Yuan already knew Wei Yang's intention, and cooperated, saying, if that person did not have any defense, how could his mortal body withstand the charge of a wild boar? He would definitely have his back broken and stomach broken. It would be a tragic sight. Wei Yang's smile became wider. If that person's head was placed in the mouth of a crocodile, and it bit down, what would happen? He would definitely be bitten into a pulp, like a melon with a brittle skin. Fang Yuan answered. Wei Yang immediately asked, brother, you have the strength of 2 boars, the strength of 1 crocodile, and your own strength. Your first punch could only create a hole in your opponent's chest, breaking a few ribs. Your third punch landed on his face, but it only cracked his skull. Tell me, why is that? This time, before Fang Yuan could reply, Wei Yang continued, punching and stomping can only display a portion of the human body's strength. Brother, although you have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, how much of it can you truly display? This is the greatest weakness of strength path cultivation. A person's strength is like a huge water vat, filled with water, but in a real battle, the amount of water used is only a small portion. Black and white boar GU, crocodile strength GU, brown bear innate strength GU. These GU can permanently increase strength, and are all expensive GU. You invested so much money, but the result might not even be a tenth of it. If you invested this money into other areas, it would no doubt be more effective. So Brother Wei said so much, just to persuade me to give up on strength path. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, as if he had just understood. I understand this. A human's body structure is different from a beast's. It is indeed hard to display their strength. But using GU depends on the heart. I have heard that many strength path GU masters can use beast phantoms, and display the full strength of GU worms. Hey, there is indeed such a thing. Back then, when I was in the battle stage, I met many strength path GU masters. Many of them are skilled in using GU, and can occasionally use beast phantoms in their attacks, displaying the full strength of the GU. It is very threatening. But you do not know, the number of such attacks is too low. Furthermore, the attack methods are very limited. Only certain moves can produce beast phantoms, and they can be easily dodged. Wei Yang continued to persuade patiently. Fang Yuan was silent for a while, thinking that this was the reason why he needed that legendary GU. He said, Big Brother Wei, I appreciate your kindness. But strength path is my choice, I want to test it myself. Sigh, then you have to test it properly. Wei Yang sighed. Fang Yuan was so stubborn, he could not continue to persuade him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already participated in the battle stage. Wei Yang felt, the following facts will move Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan was going to live in Shongclan City for 2 to 3 years, he still had time. Wei Yang was not in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the gambling den, the shopkeeper bent his waist, standing beside Fang Yuan with a smile. Brother Wei, why don't you pick a few rocks to play with? Maybe you can gamble something good. Today is my treat. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang stood beside Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Today is the day Tang Xiong forcefully challenged you. To think that Tang Qing you killed was his brother. Brother Fang Jing, you should be cautious. Tang Xiong purposely dropped from 4th inner city to 5th inner city for revenge. He is quite famous, being able to burst out with the strength of 3 bears. He is coming with great momentum. Even though he said so, his expression was not worried, but filled with anticipation. These days, Fang Yuan had won another battle stage. This was already his 3rd. Wei Yang hoped that this Tang Xiong could wake up Fang Yuan, and make him give up on strength path, and change to a different path. Different situations call for different measures. What is there to be afraid of? If Brother Wei doesn't want to gamble, I will. I have already seen a few good rocks. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, picking a few rocks. The shopkeeper hurriedly instructed his workers, carefully taking down the rocks he picked. Fang Yuan was surprised, pointing at the foot of the counter. This rock used as a footrest, it seems to be a stellar rock. The shopkeeper was stunned, quickly smiling. Esteemed customer, your eyes are truly sharp. This rock was placed here a few years ago. At that time, the foot of the counter was kicked by a gambler, so this lowly one conveniently took a square star stone and coincidentally used it as a cushion. Fang Yuan frowned. Rocks are used to gamble, how can they be used as footrests? This is simply a treasure covered in dust. Let's choose the last one today. Yes, esteemed customer is right. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, but inwardly he did not agree. The stellar rock's appearance was very important. It was best if it was in the shape of an arrow or a meteor. This rock was obviously a bad one. It was placed on the counter and nobody cared about it, so he placed it below to balance the counter. The workers worked together, pulling out the stellar rock from the foot of the counter, and sent it to the dissection table with the other rocks. On the dissection table, a few young dissection masters were dissecting a middle-aged GU master's rock, their movements slow and meticulous. Wei Yang did not approve of Fang Yuan's dissection. Seeing his choice of rock, he shook his head inwardly. Even if he was not a stone gambler, he knew the importance of appearance. Fang Yuan's last rock was simply a blind choice. Even he could not stand it. No wonder Fang Yuan spent these days in the stone gambling area, spending yuan stone without any gains. Even if he occasionally got some GU, they would be rank 1 or 2, or even just corpse shells. In Wei Yang's heart, Fang Yuan's stone gambling was purely a waste of money. But he did not persuade him. The less yuan stone Fang Yuan had, the more he had to rely on Shang clan. This was something he was happy to see. Fang Yuan's heart surged, but his expression was calm, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the dissection table. These days, he had been lingering around the gambling dens in the stone gambling area, purposely choosing some bad rocks to leave an impression on others. Although he had secretly restrained himself, he ran to the dissection table and waved his hand,
in less than a month,
saying to the young dissecting masters,
to 100,000 yuan stone.
Go. But thinking of the legendary dissecting masters he was about to one side, not to mention 100,000,
that middle-aged
500,000 yuan
screamed,
stone would be worth it.
Dissecting rocks
This
was a
legendary
meticulous
GU
job,
worm,
with the
although only
shopkeeper's
rank 3,
interference,
had
the
a
young
unique
masters
effect
were flustered
and was already
causing
extinct.
the middle-aged GU
Very
master
likely
to break a
this
few
was
of his
the
rocks.
last one in the world.
Li ran.
Wei
Don't
Yang
scream.
frowned.
The
Pay
yuan
attention
stone
to
you
the
paid.
time.
We
We
have
have to
return
rush
it
to
to
the
you.
battle stage
The
later.
shopkeeper shouted.
Can you
That
dissect the rocks
middle-aged
GU
GU
master
Of
had
course,
an unkempt
of
beard.
course.
He stared
The
and said
shopkeeper
indignantly,
naturally
what if
recognized
there is a
Wei
GU
Yang,
in this rock?
this external
The
clan
shopkeeper
elder,
scoffed
and
in
quickly
disdain,
nodded.
waving his hand at the middle-aged GU master. Forget it, Li ran. You've gambled for so many years, but you've always gambled on low-grade rocks. Have you ever gotten anything good? Don't make a fuss. If you continue, there will be no compensation. Phut, a big shop bullying its customers, looking down on others. One day, I, Li ran, will make a name for myself. The middle-aged GU master mumbled, his tone furious, but he did not make a fuss. Li ran. This name evoked a certain memory in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. It seems like this Li ran was the one who got the legendary GU. Of course, it could also be someone with the same name, but no matter what, Li Ran's chance to make a name for himself had been snatched away by Fang Yuan. The 5 old masters appeared one after another, and the dissection began. The young masters looked on speechlessly. These seniors were showing off their methods. There were many rocks that could be dissected with simple methods that consumed little primeval essence, but the old masters had to use their full strength, expending a lot of primeval essence. The steps were complicated, but they could only raise the success rate by a little. More than 10 rocks, mixed grade, low grade, middle grade, were quickly dissected by the old masters. There's a GU worm, it's Sword Shadow GU. Rank 3 Sword Shadow GU, this is rare, live GU, it's definitely a live GU. Congratulations, esteemed customer. The old masters cupped their fists towards Fang Yuan, letting out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fang Yuan had been dissecting rocks these days, but did not have any decent gains. This caused these old masters to feel uneasy. The shopkeeper ran over with a joyful expression. Esteemed customer, you've made a huge profit. Sword Shadow GU can be sold for 32,000 yuan stone. Esteemed customer, you only spent 8,000 yuan stone to buy it. The surrounding people looked at Fang Yuan with envy. That Li ran even pouted, muttering in a sour tone, lucky bastard. Not bad, brother, Sword Shadow GU is as famous as my Bladelight GU. I suggest you don't sell it, keep it for your own use. Wei Yang also congratulated. Hehehe, this is called happiness comes after suffering. I told you my luck wouldn't be so bad. Fang Yuan laughed. Brother Wei, after today's competition, I'll treat you to a drink, let's celebrate. Wei Yang nodded, not being polite. He did not know that although Fang Yuan seemed to be joking on the surface, his heart was in a state of shock. Sword Shadow GU was just an accident, it was not his target. That stellar stone used as a stepping stone, after being dissected, did not have any GU, it was a completely solid useless rock. How could this be? That legendary GU, where did it go? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil, his emotions surging. Countless doubts filled his mind. How could this be? Wasn't the legendary GU worm hidden in this starstone? If it was not in this rock, where could it be? Maybe, it was not this rock, or not this gambling den. Or maybe the rumors were wrong. Where should I go to find that legendary GU? The development of events was far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. The legendary GU worm that he thought was easily obtainable had now disappeared without a trace, and the unexpected Sword Shadow GU simply could not make up for the primeval stones Fang Yuan had invested these days. If not for the legendary GU, All my efforts would have been in vain. Damn it, how could this be? The rumors might be wrong, but to be able to spread so far, it is definitely not groundless. Especially since the details are so detailed, there is no difference in the rumors, it is very believable. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Without this legendary GU, his strength path cultivation would be like a castle in the sky, or the moon in the water. Do I really have to change my cultivation direction? If this happens, the Three Kings' inheritance will also be greatly affected. The result of the rock dissecting, to a large extent, disrupted Fang Yuan's grand plan. But he did not know where the problem came from. The rumors that he used as evidence were now shrouded in a thick layer of mystery. It is about time, we should go to the battle zone. At this time, Wei Yang reminded. Chapter 286. When Fang Yuan stood on the battle stage, he had already gotten rid of all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He concentrated and sized up the opponent in front of him. Tang Xiong. He was 8 feet tall, his shoulders were wide and his waist was round, his arms were as thick as Fang Yuan's thighs. His chest was covered in black chest hair, emitting a valiant aura. Little bastard, you're the one who killed my brother? Today, I will bury you with him. Tang Xiong stared with furious eyes, staring at Fang Yuan, his eyes burning with hatred. The surroundings were steaming hot, as if it was the afternoon of July or August, under the scorching sun. The ground was boiling hot, black and red colors intertwined. This was a lava terrain. This was a mid-sized battle stage. There were tens of people standing outside, sparsely scattered. Most of them were here to see how Tang Xiong would take revenge. As for Fang Yuan, although he had won 2 rounds, he had not made a name for himself yet. The Tang brothers depended on each other since young. Now that Tang Qing is dead, only Tang Xiong is left. Hihi, I will watch how Tang Xiong tortures this kid. What is this kid's name? I think he is called Gua Fangjing, a nameless person. This kid is too insensible, breaking the rules and killing 2 people in 2 rounds. This should be a demonic GU master who just came from outside. Sigh, he doesn't know how to behave at such a young age. If he had shown mercy, he would not be here today. The spectators discussed. Most of them did not think well of Fang Yuan. Wei Yang put on a disguise, staring at the battle stage with shining eyes. Tang Xiong also walked the strength path, rank 2 peak stage, but he could burst out with the strength of 3 bears, and even fought his way into 4th in a city. To the current Fang Yuan, he was not a weak opponent. Clang! A clear bell rang, and the battle stage officially began. Tang Xiong roared, moving his legs like a raging bull, charging towards Fang Yuan. The ground of this battle stage was made of dark red lava rocks. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing leather boots, he felt hot when he stepped on it. But Tang Xiong was barefooted, he did not care. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xiong's feet stomped on the lava. Every step he took gave off a muffled sound. At the same time, the lava splattered everywhere, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Despite Tang Xiong's menacing aura, he wasn't afraid at all. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he brazenly charged towards Tang Xiong. Is he crazy? He dares to play hard with Tang Xiong? He can still live if he drags on, but he's courting death. When the onlookers saw this, they all shook their heads. Fang Yuan was still a teenager and his physique was not even half as strong as Tang Xiong's. The 2 of them approached each other rapidly, like a lamb colliding with a bull. Bang! The 2 of them collided fiercely, and the huge force sent them both flying. Tang Xiong retreated 6 steps, his face filled with shock. How could this brat be so strong? Fang Yuan, on the other hand, took 3 steps back, and the white armor covering his body shook. The result of the collision caused the spectators to be shocked. Some of them opened their mouths, while others blinked their eyes, not expecting Fang Yuan to have such strength at such a young age. My strength is actually lower than his. No wonder my brother died in his hand. Tang Xiong's expression changed, looking at Fang Yuan for the first time. Fang Yuan shook his numb arm, his expression still cold. The result of the collision was not out of his expectations. He had the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, and had been using Brown Bear innate strength GU recently, thus he needed to increase his strength. And Tang Xiong only had the strength of 2 bears. Grand Bear GU. Tang Xiong suddenly roared, the muscles on his body visibly expanded, his whole body became twice as big, temporarily gaining the strength of 1 bear. Bear Paw GU. His palms and feet were covered in a ball of light yellow light. After the light faded, his hands and feet became 3 times bigger, turning into thick bear paws. Whoosh! He pounced forward and fiercely swung his right palm towards Fang Yuan. Before the bear paw hit Fang Yuan, a strong wind blew on his face, causing his clothes to flutter backwards. Fang Yuan was not afraid, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched. The fist and palm collided, creating a muffled sound, they were evenly matched. But immediately after, Tang Xiong's arm swept horizontally, his other palm also came. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack. Bam bam bam, the fist and palm collided, causing the wind to howl. Seeing Fang Yuan fighting Tang Xiong without any disadvantage, the surrounding spectators showed strange expressions. To be able to fight with Tang Xiong like this youngster has some skill. What is his name again? This is a tough one. Tang Xiong is in trouble. Grand Bear GU has a time limit, once it disappears, he will be at a disadvantage. But right at this time, suddenly, a bear's roar resounded. Behind Tang Xiong, a phantom image of a black bear opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the sky. Beast Phantom. Tang Xiong had a stroke of luck, using the Beast Phantom. What was originally an extremely ordinary slap actually contained the strength of a bear. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he could only raise his arms to block. Bam! With a loud sound, his whole body was sent flying. After the white armor flashed, it suddenly dissipated. His arms were numb, he could not exert any strength for a while. He tried his best to stabilize his balance in the air, twisting his waist and landing on the ground. He activated the canopy GU, and the white armor appeared again, but it was even more weak and transparent, its defense was far weaker than before. That is a bear strength phantom. Tang Xiong is going all out. Bear strength specializes in smacking. Tang Xiong has attacked so many times, it is normal for a bear strength phantom to appear. It was a deadlock, but just 1 bear strength phantom caused that kid to panic. Tang Xiong has already gained the upper hand. According to the statistics, he can use bear strength phantom 5 times in every battle. If that kid does not have a countermeasure, he will definitely be in trouble. Outside the battle stage, everyone was discussing, it was noisy. Once the beast phantom appeared, it opened up the situation and aroused the passion of the spectators. I have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile. Boar strength is good at charging, crocodile strength is good at biting, and bear strength is not developed yet. Using fists and palms, I cannot use the beast phantom. Moreover, the canopy GU is not good at defense and close combat. If I suffer another 1 or 2 attacks from the beast phantom, I might be destroyed. Fang Yuan's mind flashed, and he decided to change his battle tactic. Jumping grass. He chanted in his heart, and spring-like grass grew on his soles, drilling through the bottom of his boots. Tang Xiong rushed over, and Fang Yuan jumped away like a frog. At the same time, his left palm aimed at Tang Xiong's direction. A bright red crescent blade suddenly flew through the air and landed on Tang Xiong's body, causing the defensive halo on his body to tremble. Although the Blood Moon Goose attack was weak, it was still a rank 3 GU. Tang Xiong was stunned for a moment, before pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan used the same tactic, only shooting the Blood Moon blade from afar, changing his battle tactic and not engaging in close combat with Tang Xiong. Tang Xiong could only use his movement GU, and started a chase with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought and retreated. It was not that Tang Xiong did not have long-range methods, but compared to close combat, they were too weak, and could not threaten Fang Yuan at all. Tang Xiong roared in anger, cursing and provoking Fang Yuan, and the surrounding spectators also booed. They wanted to see a passionate close combat. But how could Fang Yuan be provoked so easily? He did not have a complete set of GU worms, his close combat was not developed yet, and his long-range combat was barely passable. As time passed, the prime val essence of both sides continued to fall. Fang Yuan's advantage was becoming more obvious, He had rank 3 initial stage light silver primeval essence, while Tang Xiong only had B-grade aptitude red steel primeval essence. Even though Strength Path GU masters expended little primeval essence, they could not endure using it continuously. When Fang Yuan's Blood Moonblade GU caused 5 to 6 wounds on Tang Xiong's body, the latter had no choice but to admit defeat. His healing GU was not outstanding, and could not stop the blood from flowing out of his wounds. Just you wait, one day I will smash you into minced meat. Tang Xiong covered his wounds and retreated from the battle stage. He came with a fiendish expression, but when he left, his face was pale and his steps were weak. To think that 4th inner stage Tang Xiong lost. What is that GU? It can form blood moonblades, and cause wounds that bleed non-stop. Why haven't I seen it before? This kid is not an ordinary person. In no time, he will rise to 4th inner city's battle stage. Winner takes all. The spectators' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained his 3rd victory, and according to the rules, he took that Grand Bear GU from Tang Xiong. This was the most valuable GU in Tang Xiong's possession. Once this GU was gone, Tang Xiong would only be left with the strength of 2 bears, his battle strength would fall by 30%, and there was nothing to worry about. But Fang Yuan was not happy. If the legendary GU was not in the Stellar Stone, where could it be? Could it be that it was not this stepping stone, but another one? But when Fang Yuan returned to the gambling den, the counter's foot had already been repaired. Or maybe it was not this gambling den at all? Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Stellar Stone, counter, gambling area, these factors combined together, there could only be this gambling den. If I did not have the legendary GU, I would not have any advantage walking the strength path. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was popular, but now, it has already declined beyond recognition. After losing the legendary GU, if I want to walk the strength path again, I would need at least an ancient strength path inheritance. Unfortunately, I only have 3 ancient strength path inheritances, one is in Eastern Sea, one is in Central Continent. Although the 3rd one is in Southern Border, it has already been occupied by Wu clan. But now, it was already occupied by the Wu clan, and they had been mining since a few years ago. Speaking of which, Empress Wu Ji of Wu clan also walked the strength path. It was because of this ancient inheritance that she was able to stabilize her throne as the #1 battle strength in Southern Border. Of course, the #1 throne here was only referring to the mortal world. Rank 6 GU immortals had already transcended the mortal world, they were not included. Fang Yuan spent another 7 to 8 days investigating in secret, but there was no progress. Sigh, there is only one clue left, if there is no other way, I can only give up. Fang Yuan thought, he was not a person who would waste time on a problem. Chapter 287. Although Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, he could not investigate openly. But in his memories, Li Ran also participated in the battle stage. After obtaining the legendary GU, he went on a killing spree, sweeping the battle stage. That was easy. Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully challenge others, thus he used this excuse to go to the special reception. There were 3 Li Ran who signed up for the battle stage. 2 males and 1 female. The female was excluded, the rumored Li Ran was a male. Of the remaining 2, one was an old man in his 60s, he had some fame. Rank 3 cultivation, he had charged into 3rd inner city battle stage a few years ago, but his condition was not good these years, he dropped back to 4th inner city. This was obviously not the case, the Li Ran in his memories was not doing well. The other was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Rank 2 cultivation, he had been in Shongklan City for close to 10 years, but was still roaming around 5th inner city battle stage. He liked to gamble on rocks, and lived a poor life. He had once married and had children in Shongklan City, but the couple did not get along, and had separated. Fang Yuan investigated secretly, and found that this person was the one he met at the gambling den when he first opened the rock. After following him for a few days, Fang Yuan found that this Li Ran lived a poor life, sometimes he could not even eat his next meal. But this did not mean he had no ability. He was in 5th inner city battle stage, fighting to obtain Yuan stones to make ends meet. Fang Yuan checked his battle record, and found that he won more than he lost. Logically speaking, he should not have to worry about food and clothing. But this person liked to eat, gamble, and visit prostitutes, spending money lavishly, without any sense of moderation. To gamble on rocks, he would use all of his Yuan stone, and for the next half a month, he would have to borrow money from people, and eat the lowest quality food to survive. Similarly, to have a good meal, he would go to the highest class restaurants, and spend most of his money. He had even dined and dashed before, and now he still owed several restaurants money for his meals. This person should be the owner of the legendary GU in my previous life. But if he does not know how to control his desires, so what if he has the legendary GU? No wonder he was like a shooting star in my previous life, shining for a while, but vanishing after a while. Fang Yuan shook his head. He obtained the legendary GU in his previous life, will he get it again in this life? Following him like this is not a long-term solution. The day of discovering the legendary GU was approaching. Am I really not fated with this legendary GU? Fang Yuan frowned. Tracking Li Ran over the past few days had wasted a lot of Fang Yuan's time and effort. If he used this time to cultivate, he might be able to improve even more. More importantly, Fang Yuan wasn't sure if he would gain anything by following Li Ran. Moreover, if they followed him for too long, they would be discovered. Fortunately, Wei Yang had an important mission and would only come when Fang Yuan was practicing. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not be able to track Li Ran. If Wei Yang found out that he was investigating Li Ran, how would he explain it? The biggest question now was why was the legendary GU not in the Starstone? This did not match the rumors. Fang Yuan couldn't figure it out. This was simply unimaginable. All the factors matched up, but the most crucial point was that something went wrong. Maybe it was because he was overthinking things, but Fang Yuan felt that Li Ran's actions were strange. But he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It was just a feeling, vague and vague, even Fang Yuan wasn't sure. More than 20 days passed like this, and Fang Yuan fell into deep trouble. That strange feeling was getting stronger, but Fang Yuan didn't know where it originated from. Li Ran's actions were not inappropriate at all. He had lived in Shongklan City for close to 10 years, if there was anything wrong with him, others would have noticed long ago. I am already in a rut, thinking too much. At this time, I need someone else's point of view to enlighten me. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. But he only trusted himself, even though Bai Ningbing swore an oath with him. Fang Yuan didn't trust Bai Ningbing at all. He was only using her to cultivate. The bone-flesh unity GU was much better than the liquor worm. With no one to help him, Fang Yuan could only rely on himself. But he was used to relying on himself, and liked to do things by himself. Thus, he went to a shopkeeper, Do you have a flash of inspiration GU? Fang Yuan asked several shops, but they didn't have it. Finally, one shop had it in stock, but when he asked for the price, it was 29,000 yuan stone. A flash of inspiration GU was a rank 3 consumable GU, it could be used up after one use. Who would spend so much yuan stone to buy such a thing? But the truth was, there were many people who used it. These people were recipe masters who specialized in deducing GU refinement recipes. When they met a bottleneck and were just a step away from success, they would choose to use this GU. Once this GU was used, it would give them the most crucial flash of inspiration, allowing them to break through the window and deduce a new recipe. The value of a new recipe was far more than 29,000 yuan stone. Thus, a flash of inspiration GU was priceless. If not for Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token, the shop would not sell it to him. Similar to a flash of inspiration GU, there was also immortal finger GU. But the latter was Tai Clan's exclusive grass GU, it was not available in the market. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, buying this flash of inspiration GU. This GU was like a sapphire tadpole, small and exquisite, it swung its tail and swam around. Fang Yuan activated his Primeval essence, and this GU immediately entered his mind, turning into a white light, and like a bolt of lightning, it cut through the dense fog for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance, he finally found the source of this strange feeling. Right, this Li Ran's life is decadent, he has no control, it looks like a mess, but there is a hidden pattern. He goes to a restaurant 7 times every 3 days, a gambling den twice every 7 days, and a brothel once every 5 days. Moreover, every 10 days or so, he would go to a restaurant called Fu Tai Xiong He. The messy and complicated information, under the effect of the flash of inspiration GU, revealed the pattern within. This was the strange part. If he really had no control and did not think about the future, his life would definitely be rotten. How could there be such a pattern? 3 days later, Fu Tai Xiong He restaurant. Waiter, pay up. Li Ran retracted his gaze from the window, shouting. Coming, Lord Li Ran, this is a total of 5.5 yuan stone. Here are 6, keep the change. Li Ran threw out 6 yuan stone. Thank you, Lord, take care. Thud thud thud, Li Ran went down the stairs, walking out of the restaurant, until his figure disappeared at the corner of the street. Upstairs, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie, he called the waiter over, pointing at Li Ran's previous seat. The scenery here is too bad, I want to move to that table. According to his understanding, every time Li Ran came to this restaurant, he would sit near the window. This was really strange. No problem. The waiter laughed, a gentleman likes to sit here. What do you mean? Fang Yuan's brows raised slightly. Don't you want to see Qin Yang Brothel's red card, Lady Anu? Hehe, from that seat, you can see Lady Anu's room, if you are lucky, you can even see her figure. Earlier, that Lord Li Ran sat here every time, to satisfy his craving. I reserved the seat for him every time, it only costs half a yuan stone each time. The waiter said sneakily. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan did not deny it, sitting at Li Ran's seat. Through the window, he could see Qin Yang Brothel 2 streets away. Qin Yang Brothel had 8 floors, the leading lady, Lady Anu, was a rank 2 GU master, her room was at the top floor. She had an extraordinary beauty, and her identity as a GU master could incite men's desire to conquer her. It was said that a single night's company would cost over 10,000 yuan stone. With Li Ran's wealth, he could not afford such a huge sum, but was he really here to peep at Lady Anu? From his experience in brothels, he was not a person who was infatuated. Fang Yuan looked outside, there were many restaurants around Qin Yang Brothel, why did he choose this one? If he had an investigative GU that could increase his vision, it would make sense. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, he did not have such a GU. From this distance, even if Lady Anu stood by the window, he would only be able to see a blurry face, right? This is. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, he saw a tofu shop across the street. A mother and son were packing up the shop, preparing to close for the day. Fang Yuan recognized this mother and son, they were Li Ran's wife and son. Don't tell me, Li Ran's true motive is to look at them. Fang Yuan could not help but think. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the topographic map of this street in his mind. To peep at Lady and Yu, there were many better places than this. But to observe this mother and son, this was the only place with the best scenery. If Li Ran really wanted to observe this mother and son, why did he do it secretly? According to my investigation, he abandoned this mother and son a few years ago. Could it be that he felt guilty? Strange, if he felt guilty and wanted to care for his wife and son, he could have shown himself. Why did he need to hide? No, it could be that he felt ashamed and did not have the face to see his wife and son. But if he really felt guilty, why did he not repent? This is strange. He seems to be living a rotten life, without restraint, but the truth is that his decadence is very regular. This regularity shows that he has great self-control. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an eerie light, countless thoughts flashing in his mind. He took a mouthful of food and chewed, but could not taste it. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth, like a person groping in a dark room, getting close to the door. All the clues, all the suspicious points, flashed through his mind in a frenzy. Such rapid thinking caused his eating speed to slow down. He slowly put down his chopsticks, and slowly picked up the wine cup. The wine in the cup was clear like amber, emitting a rich fragrance. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's black pupils dilated. The wine cup in his hand was raised halfway, and his entire arm was suspended in midair, motionless, like a stone statue. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. So that's how it is. I understand now. He shouted excitedly in his heart, and a flash of light that was as dazzling as lightning flashed in his eyes. The fog of his past and present life disappeared, and all the suspicious points were connected. Fang Yuan found the answer. Chapter 288. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your future for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your reputation for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if the clan needs you to sacrifice your life, are you willing? I am willing. I was not wrong about you, Wu Ran. From your grandfather to your father, to you, you are all loyal servants of Wu clan. Now, the clan has a mission for you. This mission requires you to sacrifice your future, your reputation, and even your life. Lord Clan Leader, for the clan, I am willing. Bright light shone in the darkness. Li Ran opened his eyes. Huff. He let out a breath of air, sitting up on the bed, muttering, I dreamed again. This dream was not fake, it originated from the deepest part of his memories. Li Ran was his fake name, his real name was Wu Ran. The surname Wu had a huge meaning in Southern Border. Because it represented the #1 overlord of Southern Border, Wu clan. 11 years ago, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji personally met with Wu Ran, giving him a secret mission: enter Shang clan's higher-up. For this, he concealed his identity, roaming outside for 3 years, before settling down in Shang clan city. He concealed himself for 8 years. 8 years, it has been 8 years. Wu clan's clansmen must have forgotten about me already, right? Wu Ran is dead, there is only Li Ran left in this world. Li Ran sighed in his heart. He had concealed himself for too long. So much so that he almost forgot his real name. Here, he wore a mask, living for 8 years, pretending to be a wastrel, an ordinary bottom-rung GU master. Even to his wife who loved him deeply, he did not reveal anything. During this period, he would go out every half a year, contacting Wu clan once. It was always a one-way contact. He used his concealment skills to the extreme. Until a year ago, the person he met told him the clan was going to use this chess piece of theirs. The excitement he felt back then could not be expressed in word. After 8 years, it is finally used, everything will be different. Li Ran sighed. He willed and took out a mischievous rock from his storage GU. This stone was Fangjing square, like a brick, and its surface was dotted with starlight. It was a star stone. If Fang Yuan were here, he would definitely notice that this stone was very similar to the stepping stone in the gambling den. Li Ran gently stroked the stone with both hands. His brows furrowed slightly. As a spy, he spent nearly 10 years in hiding. By creating an absolutely transparent past, he would definitely be able to win the trust of the merchants. However, just trust was not enough, he still needed extraordinary talent to dominate the battle stage of Shongclan City. That was why he was chosen by Shongclan and promoted, eventually becoming an external clan elder like Wei Yang, holding authority in Shongclan. The appearance of this talent had to be natural. It couldn't be too sudden. For this, Wu clan leader, Empress Wu Ji, personally chose a Jiyu worm for him. This was a Jiyu that was filled with the colors of legends. Obtained from an ancient strength path inheritance, in the current world, it could be said to be an extinct precious Jiyu. With this Jiyu, Li Ran would be able to stand out and dominate the battle stage. How to get this Jiyu? In order to not arouse suspicion, Wu clan had already arranged it. That was rock gambling. Luck was the most inaccurate thing, and it was normal for an ancient Jiyu to be sealed in the stone. Demonic Jiyu master Wei Shenjing. Empress Wu Ji had already secretly taken him in. Forging a low-grade stone was an easy task, he was not afraid of being seen through. Li Ran spent some effort. To make others believe that this was a stone from the gambling den, and not his own, he purposely chose a stepping stone in the gambling den. This stepping stone had been there for many years, with people coming and going, no one noticed it. Li Ran first communicated with Wu clan, and asked Wei Shenjing to forge a similar stellar stone. Next, his plan was to switch this stellar stone with the stepping stone when no one was paying attention. He was a Jiyu master, and had been scouting for half a year, he naturally knew when he could switch without anyone noticing. When he unravels this stellar stone, everyone in the gambling den would testify for him, proving his good luck. After he obtains this Jiyu, he would turn over a new leaf, and act out the story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. He would rise up, find his wife and son, become an external elder of Shongclan, and complete his mission, bringing his wife and son back to Wu clan. When he thought of his wife and son, Li Ran's heart surged with guilt. He loved his wife deeply, she was so kind and strong. At the same time, as a father, he wanted to give the best things in the world to his son. Originally, he was only making use of her, but as time passed, love grew, and he was unable to free himself from it. His son's birth made him even more worried. But in the end, because of the mission and his special identity, he had to leave temporarily. You must hate me now. I've done too many things to disappoint you. But no matter, soon, I will be used, I will bring you happiness. Li Ran clenched his fists, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow, he would go to the battle stage and have a battle. The day after, he would bring this stellar stone to any gambling den, and put on a good show. I had planned to use that stepping stone as a cover, but life is unpredictable, that stepping stone was actually chosen by someone else. That guy is truly an idiot, choosing a stellar stone of such quality. But, the day after tomorrow, I will also be an idiot. Li Ran laughed, storing the stellar stone back into his storage Jiyu. Although his plan had a setback, it was not a big deal. It was just a small accident. He had expected this possibility. He laid down again, and in a while, fell into a deep sleep. This time, he did not dream. When he woke up the next day, he felt great, full of energy, and full of hope. He felt like he was a traveler in a dark valley. After a long journey, he finally saw the light in front of him. He saw the exit of the valley. 8 years of perseverance had finally paid off, everything was so beautiful. Everything would become even better. With such a belief, he came to the battle stage. This time, he had already investigated his opponent. It was a rank 2 peak stage Jiyu master. He spent most of his time in 5th Inner City's battle stage. He was a familiar face. Even the weakest Jiyu master, to be able to stay in the battle stage for so long without falling, he had his own strength. Li Ran did not have a trace of contempt in his heart. The Jiyu in his hands were somewhat rotten, their quality was not high. Furthermore, he had to disguise himself. He could not fight too fiercely, thus, the outcome of this battle was uncertain. As expected, the battle continued, as Li Ran expected. From probing to clashing, both sides were evenly matched, they were in a deadlock. The scene of the battle was very ugly, and the few spectators outside the arena were all hissing. Suddenly, Li Ran's eyes flashed with an obscure light. Chance. He acutely found a flaw in his opponent, and was about to attack. Suddenly, he felt pain in his heart, his body stiffened, he was counterattacked by his opponent, and was sent flying. Li Ran suffered a heavy blow, and groaned in pain. His body was pushed back by more than 10 steps, before he managed to stop. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the injuries on his body were completely incomparable to the shock and fear in his heart. My flower bud Gu. My flower bud Gu. Why did I lose contact with it? Inside, there are stellar stones. At the same time, in Li Ran's residence, the bedboard was lifted, revealing a secret compartment. Fang Yuan stood beside the secret compartment, holding a flower bud Gu. This Gu was a rank 2 Gu, used to store things. It was shaped like a flower bud, light blue in color, but had a crystalline texture, sparkling and translucent. Although it was Li Ran's Gu, under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, it was instantly refined. Fang Yuan's consciousness swept over it. The flower bud Gu contained many miscellaneous items. There was a bag of rice, oil, salt, vinegar, low-quality tea bricks, 30 to 40 yuan stone, and a few stubborn rocks. This is it. Fang Yuan's mind shook, he activated his Primeval essence, and a black light shot out from the flower bud Gu. The black light landed on Fang Yuan's palm, turning into a stellar stone. It was of extremely poor quality, squarish like a brick, and very similar to the stepping stone. The moment the stellar stone appeared, the whole world seemed to have quietened down. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. Thump 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 thump, his heartbeat accelerated, clearly entering his ears. Everything in the surroundings, including this simple and crude hut and the bustling sounds of people outside the hut, faded away, leaving only the person below and the star stone in his hand. He held the heavy stellar stone in his hand, and felt a clear cold sensation from the surface of the stone. Fang Yuan's eyes gradually emitted a heated gaze, at the same time, the corners of his lips gradually curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. This smile widened, as he opened his mouth, letting out a soundless laughter. The legendary Gu is finally in my hands. He shouted excitedly in his heart. Just as I guessed, this Li Ran is a spy sent by another clan. At Qing Maro Mountain, I had once used rock gambling to conceal the origin of the liquor worm. He had the same plan. No wonder there was no Gu in that stepping stone. The rumors in my previous life were all a show he put on. Today, he is going to the battle stage to fight. Regardless of whether he hid his strength or not, according to his previous battle results, his opponent's strength is about the same, thus it is hard to determine the victor. The stellar stone containing the legendary Gu is so important, it is inconvenient to fight with it on him. With his cautious nature, he would not hide it in a storage Gu. Because if he lost the battle, one of his Gu worms would be taken by his opponent. Chapter 289. I admit defeat. Li Ran half knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. The opponent stopped his charge and stopped in time, not wanting to force Li Ran into a desperate situation. This was not beneficial to either side. Li Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, standing up shakily. To leave the battle as soon as possible, he purposely took a few hits from the opponent. The hosting Gu master walked onto the battle stage, announcing the result of the battle. Li Ran was already anxious. After retrieving the Vine information Gu, he pretended to signal to the host and walked out of the battle stage. He hastily took care of his injuries and hurriedly rushed back to his residence. Damn it, why did this happen? What happened? Why did I lose contact with the flower bud Gu? Li Ran's heart was shrouded in a heavy dark cloud. The flower bud Gu was refined by him. The moment it was refined by Fang Yuan, he immediately sensed it. Usually, there are only two possibilities in this situation. One is that the flower bud Gu was destroyed, the second is that it was refined by someone. Could it be that I've been discovered? No, the situation might not be that bad, it might just be that my house was robbed. Damn it, I have lived in Shongklan City for 8 years, I know all the thieves here, to think that someone would be interested in my lousy place. Li Ran walked quickly, the stellar stone was extremely important, even with his temperament, he could not help but feel anxious. He regretted it. He should have hidden the flower bud Gu in a more secretive place, and not just put it in the secret compartment under his bed. But the truth was, this was not his fault. He lived alone, to hide himself, he had no friends, and had not seen his wife or children for several years. The brothels, gambling dens, and restaurants that he frequented were filled with people, it was not a good place to hide things. He could hide it in a pawn shop or a bank, but to openly hide a trash rock, that was too strange. When Shongklan investigates, this would be a huge problem. In Shongklan City, there were all sorts of people, there were many Gu masters who were thieves. But to unravel the flower bud Gu, he needed a rank 3 Gu. But ordinary rank 3 Gu masters would not be interested in his lousy place. Li Ran had been in hiding for half a year, and even he had almost forgotten about the past. When he had the hidden flower bud Gu, he was very confident, but now his confidence had turned into self-blame. Let's hope this matter can be salvaged. Uneasily, he hurried back to his room. The door was unlatched. He pushed open the door and saw that the place was in a mess. I've really been robbed. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Being robbed wasn't scary. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, there was still room for redemption. That's right. Li Ran consoled herself. Every time I contact the Wu family, it's a one-way line. There was no evidence left in his hands at all. That legendary Gu was also wrapped in the stellar rock. If one did not open the rock, who would understand its value? As long as I find the thief, with the connections I've built up over the past 8 years. With this in mind, he gradually steadied his emotions and eliminated the panic in his heart. Should I report it to the police? Borrow the power of the city guards to help me arrest the bandits? No, it was better to use peaceful measures before resorting to force. It would be best if he could safely retrieve the star stone. The city guards aren't reliable either. Sound GU
they won't
is a
do
set
their
of
best
GU
for a
masters.
nobody like me.
It can allow
Maybe I should
hire
hire
a
a
communicate
GU
using
master.
their thoughts within 100 steps.
This is.
Don't tell me.
At this time,
this was left
his eyes
behind
narrowed
by
as
the
he
thief
discovered
for
a
me.
GU on
Li
the
Ran's
bedboard
eyes
that
flashed
was
with
flipped
hesitation,
open.
but he
Heart
gritted
sound
his
GU.
teeth and
This
stuffed the
GU
heart
was
sound
rank
GU
2,
into his
greenish
ears
black
like
earplugs.
about the size
Who
of a
are
baby's
you?
thumb. Li Ran
was like a
injected his
snail.
prime
One end
valescence
was
and
big and the
activated
other
the
small,
heart sound
and there were
GU,
whirls on the
concentrating
surface.
his thoughts and asking in his mind. Who am I is not important. The important thing is, this name Li Ran should be a fake name, right? He. Soon, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Li Ran's mind. In an instant, Li Ran's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, as if he was struck by lightning. He stood on the spot in a daze. Oh no, he found out my identity. Li Ran was inconsolable. The situation had developed into the worst possible outcome. But he was a spy who had been undercover for 8 years. Even with such a huge change, he still managed to calm his mind, concentrating his thoughts and asking Fang Yuan in his mind, fake name? What fake name? What do you mean? As he spoke, he carefully tiptoed and walked around the simple room. Next, he leaned against the wall and looked at the street outside the window. Heart Sound Gu's effective range is only 100 steps. This mysterious man must be near me. He quickly thought of a plan. Heart Sound GU required one to concentrate their mind before they could converse. Ordinary thoughts and thoughts wouldn't be transmitted out. But Fang Yuan had already predicted his mental state. He laughed lightly. You don't need to pretend, Li Ran. I am not your enemy, I am only your partner. To express my sincerity, we can meet. Meet. Li Ran was stunned. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. Walk out of the room now, turn left. Why should I listen to you? Li Ran shouted in his mind. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Don't test me, I will always know more than you can imagine. How about this, I will count to 5, you can think about it. 1. Fang Yuan counted. Li Ran thought rapidly. Even if the flower bud Gu landed in the enemy's hands, he had no evidence to prove that he was a spy of Wu clan. He had been undercover for 8 years. How could he have evidence? 2. Fang Yuan's voice was calm. If he listened to Fang Yuan's threat now, it would be seen by people with ulterior motives, then it would prove his identity as a spy from another angle. But if he did not listen to him, what about the stellar stones? 5. Fang Yuan's voice continued to resound in his mind. Li Ran panicked, he cursed in his mind. Damn it, do you know how to count? Hey, it seems you have thought it through. Fang Yuan laughed. Li Ran breathed heavily, his hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth and left the room. He walked out of the door, arriving at the busy street, before turning left. After 50 steps, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind again. Turn right, go to the third fork, turn left. He can see my movements, he must be beside me. Which one is it? Li Ran's gaze was sharp, like an eagle, he looked at the people around him. I advise you not to look around, this is not your usual style. TSK, after 8 years of undercover work, don't let it go to waste now, don't you agree? Fang Yuan's voice resounded. Damn it. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan's threat made him lower his head, staring ahead. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, he made many turns before Fang Yuan told him to stop. Turn around. Fang Yuan said, in your vision, you can only see a restaurant. Go to the third floor of this restaurant, I'll wait for you there. Li Ran turned around, and his heart skipped a beat. This restaurant was the rich auspicious restaurant that he frequented. Could it be? He immediately felt a strong sense of foreboding. The other party had so much information that he felt like he had been stripped naked and was standing in a world of ice and snow. He walked into the restaurant. A familiar waiter saw him and greeted him warmly. Lord Li Ran, you're here. Please come upstairs. Li Ran's expression was solemn as he forced a smile and walked up the stairs cautiously. He was only halfway up the stairs and had yet to reach the second floor. Wait, Fang Yuan said. Li Ran stopped and asked in his mind, what is it? Go downstairs and leave, Fang Yuan ordered. Li Ran harumphed, then turned around and went downstairs. The waiter saw him again and was puzzled, so he hurried forward. What's wrong, Lord? You don't want to eat? Li Ran waved his hand to dismiss him, then walked out of the restaurant. There's a Xiaobing vendor across from you. Go buy a few Xiaobing, Fang Yuan continued. Li Ran's eyes twitched, but he still listened to Fang Yuan's instructions and bought the Xiaobing. All right, return to the restaurant and come up to the third floor, Fang Yuan said. Veins popped up on Li Ran's forehead as he returned to the restaurant with the Xiaobing. When the waiter saw him again, he looked at him strangely. Lord Li Ran, if you want to buy Xiaobing, just let us know. We'll run errands for you. Get lost, Li Ran cursed, scaring the waiter so much that he shrunk his shoulders and hurriedly shut up. He walked to the third floor and stopped at the top of the stairs. Keep walking. Turn left after 2 or 3 steps, and you'll see me, Fang Yuan transmitted. Li Ran obeyed, turning around a pillar, he finally saw Fang Yuan sitting at his usual spot. Next, he saw Fang Yuan waving his hand at him, inviting him to take a seat. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind, please. Li Ran did not speak, he walked to Fang Yuan and sat down, staring at Fang Yuan without blinking. The truth was, Fang Yuan's young face gave him quite a shock. In their conversation earlier, Fang Yuan had him completely in the palm of his hand. He subconsciously formed his impression of Fang Yuan a cunning middle-aged man, or perhaps old, wearing a hood and hiding his face in the darkness. But the truth was very different. The voice of the heart sound Gu was the same, one could not tell his age, or even his gender. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Li Ran would not have thought that this mysterious person was so young. The fire in Fifth Inner City shone on Fang Yuan's face through the window. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were black like ink, deep and unfathomable. Li Ran engraved Fang Yuan's appearance in his mind. Although this was the first time he had seen Fang Yuan, he believed that he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance. Chapter 290. On the dining table, the fragrance of food and wine permeated the air. Some of the guests were drinking, some were reciting poems, some were joking around. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Fang Yuan and Li Ran sat facing each other. They looked calm on the surface, but the truth was that they were in a state of mutual hostility. Li Ran's heart was filled with killing intent, while Fang Yuan looked relaxed, but he was on guard against him.
Who are you?
Li Ran used heart sound GU and asked. I said, this is not important. Give me the cake. Fang Yuan used heart sound GU to reply the first half, but spoke the second half directly. Li Ran was stunned. He pushed the paper bag to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened the bag and took out the cake. He took a bite and nodded, smiling lightly. This is the taste. I have troubled you, sorry. Next, he used heart sound GU. Do you know, I followed you a few times. I happened to be hungry outside this restaurant, so I bought a cake. It is very delicious. Why don't you try it? Li Ran did not have the mood to taste the cake. He snorted in his heart, transmitting, are you not afraid I will poison it? On the surface, he smiled. It is nothing, no trouble at all. Look at our relationship. Hee. Fang Yuan laughed, looking at Li Ran with deep meaning, transmitting in his heart. Do you think I don't know what GU you have? Li Ran's smile became wider, but his heart sank. He is trying to warn me. That's right, the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. He followed me but I did not sense it. They should have investigated me thoroughly long ago. If I fight him, I will be in trouble. Thus, he is using this cake to warn me. Fang Yuan saw that Li Ran did not speak. His gaze was flickering. He knew he had succeeded, and took out the stellar stone. Li Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to it, but it was immediately forcefully shifted away. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. No need to pretend, I know the all-out effort GU is sealed in here. What? Li Ran felt like he was struck by lightning. His mind shook. Even if his acting skills were profound, his face couldn't help but change at this moment, revealing panic and fear. He had been hoping that the secret of the Starstone would not be exposed. After all, it was created by Wei Shenjing, it was flawless. But to think that the situation was so dangerous, the other party actually knew that the all-out effort GU was sealed inside. Wait, only a few people know about the all-out effort GU. I also just got it from the contact not long ago. How did he know? Things are getting complicated. I am confident that there are no flaws on my side. It is highly possible that this information was leaked by the main family. If the main family can send a spy like me, then the other family can naturally send someone to the main family as well. The southern border's first-rate clans have infiltrated each other, the various sects have spies. This has long been a matter of mutual understanding. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that they know about the all-out effort GU? That's right, I've been so cautious, so how could he possibly catch hold of me and arouse suspicion? It's just that the main family has actually been infiltrated to this extent. It's truly terrifying. But maybe that's not the case. In this world, there are too many peculiar GU. Fang Yuan gave Li Ran plenty of time to think. He was a smart person. The more he thought, the more bewildered he became. Subconsciously, he would think of Fang Yuan as stronger, more mysterious, more terrifying, and his confidence would become weaker and weaker. Fang Yuan caressed the Starstone, and waited for a while, feeling that it was about time. He transmitted, I want the all-out effort GU. Li Ran was stunned, not understanding Fang Yuan's deep meaning. But I know, if I take away this GU, I will be attacked and retaliated by your family. Thus, I need your cooperation. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. To be able to scheme against Shang clan, it was definitely a large clan of the same level. If Fang Yuan forcefully took away the all-out effort GU, he would become enemies with this force. This Starstone was like the bait on the hook. Fang Yuan wanted to eat this bait, but at the same time, he had to prevent the hook from hooking his mouth. Li Ran could not help but show a mocking smile. You want me to cooperate with you? What a joke. On what basis? On the basis that I do not want to be enemies with you, on the basis that I have the purple thorn token, but do not want to expose you, on the basis that I am the same as you, I have people I want to protect. Fang Yuan said to Li Ran in his mind, as he looked out of the window. At the same time, he said, I heard that shop's tofu tastes good. Li Ran squinted, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He shouted in his mind, Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan shook his head. His eyes were like drifting clouds, revealing a trace of complex emotions. Li Ran immediately captured the sadness, sorrow, helplessness, and nostalgia in this emotion. Are you still not clear of your situation? Fang Yuan said in his mind, people like us, sandwiched between two forces, our lives are like walking on a tightrope, suppressing our true emotions in the deepest part of our hearts, we might lose our heads at any moment. Since we chose this path, we have to walk it. For the sake of our family, we have no regrets. However, some people are clearly innocent, so why should they bear the risk and be implicated because of us? Li Ran's heart trembled, and he looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Are you also a spy? Fang Yuan smiled helplessly, his smile bitter. What do you think? Seeing this smile, Li Ran's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not show the slightest hint of unnaturalness. He turned his head to look out the window. Li Ran knew that he was looking at his wife and son. Fang Yuan's gaze was so gentle, so absent-minded, as if he was immersed in some kind of memory. Li Ran did not think that Fang Yuan's emotions were fake, because this young man's age was limited. How could such emotions be faked? Even if he had lived for so long, he would not be able to fake it. This was his true feelings. He could not help but feel a subtle sense of recognition for Fang Yuan. They were all in the same boat, there was no need to know each other. Fang Yuan blinked, retracting his gaze as he said, Li Ran, you have been hiding in Shongclan City for 8 years. If your identity is exposed, your mission will be a complete failure. Your failure may endanger your life. But more importantly, it will be a loss to the clan. You will fail to live up to the clan's expectations. Li Ran clenched his fists. Fang Yuan's words struck a chord in his heart. He was extremely loyal to the clan, it had already reached the level of faith. Otherwise, the clan would not have chosen him to be a spy. Fang Yuan continued, if you fail, your wife will have no husband. Your son is only 5 years old, he will have no father. If your identity is exposed, they will most likely die because of you. You can only succeed step by step, climb to the position of external elder, that is your goal, right? But do you think it will be your final destination? No, you will remain hidden forever. As long as Shongclan does not fall, the clan will need you as a spy. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head again. How could he not have considered these things before? But as he thought about it, he did not dare to think about it anymore. The future was too long, if he thought too much, the pressure would be too great, he would lose the courage to continue. That is why you need allies, brother Li Ran. Fang Yuan continued, you will not betray the clan. I will not betray the clan either. You have people you want to protect, so do I. We can work together. We need external help to ensure the safety of our friends and family, only by living can we better contribute to the clan. And Shongclan is our common goal. Of course, this cooperation is limited to personal matters. If the clans behind us start a war, you will be the first enemy I will eliminate. After a short pause, Fang Yuan added. Li Ran snorted coldly. Fang Yuan said it so straightforwardly, it showed the truth of his words. To him, loyalty to the clan was the most important, followed by love for his family, and finally his own life. Fang Yuan's suggestion satisfied all three of his needs. But can this person in front of me be trusted? Cooperation between spies from different forces, it is simply wishful thinking. Perhaps, it was because of his youth, his intelligence, and his boldness that he could make such a request. If I was as young as him, I might do the same. The more Li Ran thought about it, the more he felt Fang Yuan's sincerity. The most important thing was that he had no way out. In front of Fang Yuan, he had already been exposed. If Fang Yuan exposed him, his mission would fail, and his 10 years of hard work would be for naught. How could he be willing to accept that? Human nature was complicated, one of them was called luck. Li Ran was like a person who was forced to the edge of a cliff, with enemies approaching, he could only jump. Even if he did not know what was below the cliff, he would still pray, hoping that there was a deep pool below, or that he would be saved by the trees growing in the cracks of the rocks. He fell into a long silence. After a while, he used heart sound Gu. How can I trust you? Fang Yuan smiled, taking out a poison vow Gu. 3 days later, Fang Yuan took out the all-out effort Gu in the gambling den, causing an uproar in the gambling area. Did you hear? Someone took out the all-out effort Gu in Lan Chao gambling den. It really is the all-out effort Gu. That is an extinct ancient Gu. This is the all-out phantoms with 100% in the secret room. You only found out at the Gu in his hand. I know much more than shined with a strange light. This lucky bastard is called Gu, shaped like a horned beetle. I don't know where he came from. Right now, he actually has a quietly coiled around Wei Yang's palm. The all-out effort Gu did not belong to him. It was oval in shape, called Li Ran chose it, shell, but he bumped into Gu Fangjing while walking. On its head was a majestic and powerful horn, for him, appearing heavy and mighty. Compensation. It had 3 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful. Its body was dark brown, really unlucky, emitting a shiny metallic luster. Gu should have been one look and one could tell that this Gu was not an ordinary object. No, I have to go take a look. This is the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. Use it to activate the beast phantom, and you will be able to move as you wish. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the cushion opposite Wei Yang, replying. Wei Yang sighed deeply, returning the all-out effort Gu to Fang Yuan. Time is right, fate is right. Brother Fangjing, are you really going to choose the strength path? He still wanted to persuade him. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking, but his resolute gaze said it all. Wei Yang sighed again. If it was before, he would still have some confidence. But now, Fang Yuan obtained this all-out effort Gu, he knew that Fang Yuan's decision to walk the strength path could not be changed. Fate is truly mysterious, brother, you obtained the all-out effort Gu, it will be of great help to you. All-out effort Gu is undoubtedly the core of a set of Gu worms. Since you are so insistent, I will not persuade you anymore. But I still have some things to remind you. Just treat it as me nagging. Fang Yuan said seriously, I don't dare, please advise me, brother Wei. Although you obtained the all-out effort Gu, times are different now. If this all-out effort Gu is the core, you need to ensure its safety. It is a rank 3 Gu now, in the future, you need to fuse it to rank 4 or 5. But it is not your vital Gu, the fusion is dangerous. If the all-out effort Gu is destroyed during the fusion, your entire set of Gu worms will face the danger of collapsing. So, my first suggestion for you is to change your vital Gu. Shong Clan can help you in this aspect. To match Gu worms, just one core is far from enough, we need several main fulcrums. In this aspect, you have to choose carefully and think it through maturely. If the choice was wrong, the all-out effort Gu's value would not be displayed. Actually, during the olden antiquity era, strength path was prevalent and there were many Gu worms that matched the all-out effort Gu. But now, most of them have gone extinct. If you want to set up your Gu worms, you cannot copy them from the olden antiquity era, you have to figure it out yourself. There is another extremely important matter that you must pay attention to. Although you have the all-out effort Gu, you don't have the relevant refinement recipe. Fortunately, most of the ancient recipes had been passed down. Some secret recipe masters should have them. You need to collect them carefully. Or, at this point, Wei Yang hesitated. You can try searching for the Strength Dao inheritance from the ancient era. The Wu clan had been developing such an inheritance a few years ago. If you are able to encounter such an inheritance, Your future will surely be bright. I also hope to see the path of strength revitalized and flourish in you, my old brother." With that, Wei Yang took the initiative to leave. Fang Yuan sent him to the door, and watched as Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan stood at the door of the secret room, his gaze solemn. He had already thought of Wei Yang's suggestions, and had a strategy in mind. He already had a copy of the all-out effort goose refinement recipe. He had gotten it from Li Ran. Wu Clan provided Li Ran with the all-out effort GU, and naturally gave him the recipe as well. But this recipe could only fuse the rank 3 all-out effort GU into rank 4. Beyond rank 4, Fang Yuan had to solve it himself. However, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 initial stage now. For the time being, he did not need to worry about the rank 5 fusion recipe. As for what GU worm to pair with the all-out effort GU as the fulcrum, Fang Yuan had his own plans. He had always planned for every step he took, and had a plan in mind. The strength path combination should use the all-out effort GU as the core, with self-reliance GU and bitter strength GU as the fulcrum. Together with all the other GU, this GU set would be at small success. But to reach large success, I will need the Three Kings inheritance. 2 to 3 years in Clan City, he would gather a set of GU worms and reach small success. When the Three Kings inheritance opens, he would use his rebirth advantage to replenish his GU worms, and reach large success in this GU set. This was Fang Yuan's next plan. This plan needs to be completed well, because after the Three Kings inheritance, there will be a great battle between righteous and demonic on Yitian Mountain. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could one reap great benefits from the fire. Time is really tight. As for the first, vital GU. Fang Yuan's vital GU was the spring-autumn cicada. This could not be changed. But the fusion of the all-out effort GU would be difficult. Using GU was risky, and refining it required caution. If Fang Yuan's luck was bad, and he killed the all-out effort GU during the refinement, his set of GU worms would lose its most basic support, like a person losing their soul. If that happened, the consequences would be terrible, and it would be like Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation failing on the verge of success. However, in the situation where the all-out effort GU was not his vital GU, there was a way to ensure that it would not die during the fusion. Wei Yang did not know because his level was too low. Fang Yuan, however, knew 3 ways. The first was to go to the land of invincibility. This was the inheritance of invincibility, far away in central continent, the sacred land that refinement masters yearned for. The second was undefeated 100 battles GU, used during GU refinement. It had 100% chance of success. The third was also a GU, called Remaining Green Mountain. As long as there is life, there is hope. Only by keeping a useful body can one hope to reverse the situation. Using this GU could protect the core GU. Even if the fusion failed, and the other GU were destroyed, the all-out effort GU would still be there. The land of invincibility was too far away, impossible. Undefeated 100 battles GU was an extremely precious rank 5 GU in the olden antiquity era, and now, it was extinct. Remaining Green Mountain was in the hands of some famous refinement masters. This was a rank 4 GU, it was hard to obtain, but there was a trace of hope. In the Three Kings inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles GU. If I take it, the all-out effort GU can advance to rank 4. Next, I will think of other methods. Now, it is time to change the blood. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not have the all-out effort GU earlier, and although he had hundreds of thousands of yuan stones, he did not make a move. Now that the all-out effort GU was in his hands, he finally made his move. He did not need to leave Nanqiu Garden. He went to the study room and took out a large stack of visiting cards. Ever since he gambled the all-out effort GU, rumors flew everywhere in Clan City. Everyone was like a cat that smelled fish, rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to protect him, and had participated in Yang Fei's clan banquet. His identity was special, no one dared to use force against him. They all sent their visiting cards, but Fang Yuan had been living in seclusion these days, not meeting any guests. At this moment, Fang Yuan took out the visiting cards, A portion of them were from recipe masters, hoping to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan and borrow the all-out effort GU for research. The GU worms that originated from ancient times were of great help to them in deducing recipes. Another portion were famous GU masters. There were all kinds of names, hoping to fight with Fang Yuan, or exchange GU with Fang Yuan, and so on. The largest portion were GU masters representing various shops and clans, wanting to buy the all-out effort GU from Fang Yuan at a high price. Fang Yuan picked out a small portion of them. He called his servants and gave some instructions. Not long after, a group of GU masters ran over eagerly. Fang Yuan met them in the hall. "I am not selling the all-out effort GU, I am meeting everyone today because I want to make some other transactions." These words made everyone disappointed. Some were still unwilling to give up, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. They could only give up. After an hour and a half, a few business deals were settled, and the crowd dispersed. 2 days later, the GU worms were in place. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose sharply, but he paid a huge price for it. GU worms were too expensive. After spending hundreds of thousands of Primeval stones, the white-browed old man formed by the clouds and mist in the Primeval Elder GU was already hunching his back, his face full of worry and sorrow, looking very miserable. Another day later, Fang Yuan stepped into the battle stage again. This time, it caused a commotion. Outside the battle stage, there was a huge crowd, almost rubbing shoulders with each other. The person he was fighting was none other than Li Ran. He looked at Fang Yuan, his expression distorted, his eyes spewing fire as he shouted, "Gua Fangjing, you stole my opportunity, you are despicable. Today, I will take back what is rightfully mine." "Mph, who asked you to bump into me? I asked you for compensation, but you can't pay me Yuan stone. You are willing to use that stubborn stone to repay your debt." Fang Yuan laughed coldly, replying. The spectators outside the stage started to discuss. It was extremely noisy. Fang Yuan and Li Ran's conversation confirmed the rumors that had been going around for the past few days. "Ah!" Li Ran grabbed his hair, shouting, "Fangjing, you evil tyrant, I was forced by you. I only bumped into you by accident, but you grabbed onto me and did not let go. Today, I will seek justice." Saying so, Li Ran pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, waiting for him to get close. He willed. Vertical crash GU. Whoosh. The sound of the wind suddenly rose. He took a step forward, and his whole body suddenly rushed forward a distance of 50 steps. Li Ran only felt his vision blur, before Fang Yuan appeared in front of him. All-out effort GU. Fang Yuan willed again, and with a burst of light, the phantom of a wild boar appeared in the air behind him. The wild boar was dark, it had sharp fangs, the strong wind blew, it looked fierce. "Oh no!" Li Ran shouted, quickly dodging. Fang Yuan passed by him. Although Li Ran was not hit directly, his arm was grazed. With a loud crack, the bones in Li Ran's arm were fractured, and the defensive light around him dissipated. He fell to the side and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Just one attack. Did he use all-out effort GU earlier? That Li Ran is too weak, he is not Fangjing's match. The spectators gasped, exclaiming, "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.